for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Hello, Sacramento. Welcome into Stiles and Watkins. Not typically the intro you're hearing around this time. Alan Stiles, you just heard him wrap up the morning show, filling in for Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross. And I got to start the show by saying Alan's always roasting Dave for the amount of tabs that he has open. And this man legitimately has probably 10 to 15 tabs open on this computer right now. So, I guess there's just something about the morning that gets the tabs opening. Chris Watkins here, joined by Brendan Nunez for the next 4 hours. Brendan's going to be joining me today. He's going to be joining me for a couple shows next week as well. And, today, I can't lie. I know there's normally a throwback Thursday, but it's feeling a little bit like a flashback Friday to me. It's been a while since I've been in this one chair, leading things off. And, we're going to have Nate for a majority of the show here behind the glass. Nate used to run my boards on my Saturday show for what was that? What do you call it? Kings Weekly back in the day. Chris and Co.
Kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. I sometimes forget about it. It was only like a year and a half ago that I was rocking the weekends. And not only Flashback Friday for me I mentioned Chris and Co. We've got the people that kind of gave me the runway to be where I'm at right now. And Deuce Mason, and Morgan Reagan will be joining me and Brendan at around 11 o'clock. But that's not where it's not where they start, and it's not where they stop either. We have the newest Sacramento King, Boogie Ellis, joining the program at around 10:30. Really excited to talk with Boogie. And he obviously just had a really exciting summer for him, signing with the Sacramento Kings. And potentially making the squad after training camp. But we got a lot on the show today. Brendan, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining me, man. And how are you doing on this wonderful Friday?
I am doing great. Fridays are always great. It's
No
easy to look forward to a weekend,
Yes.
and we get along all right. So I think
Yeah,
this will go pretty smooth. We got some stuff to talk about. I know it's not the most newsworthy time of year, but there's always conversations to be had.
Always
we got
something
plenty.
going on. Yeah, exactly. And to peel back the curtain just a little bit, which we're probably going to do 20 more times throughout the duration of this show. Me and Brendan are video game buddies, so we are probably going to get a little inside jokey at points throughout the program, and it's probably going to be a little bit of giggles going on throughout the show. So just bear with us, and I promise you it's going to be worth it. We have a loaded show today. In about 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to talk about DeRozan and the pace that the Kings play. Can DeMar keep up with the speedy Kings? Of course, DeMar being 35 years old, never really playing in a high-tempo offense. Me and Brendan are going to discuss if we think it's going to be a problem for DeMar to play with pace. Like I mentioned earlier, Boogie Ellis will be joining us at 10:30. Really excited to talk with him. We're also going to debut a new segment called Rate the Rumor, where I'm going to throw the recent trade rumors and just NBA speculation towards Brendan, and he's gonna give us a rating 1 to 10 on how excited it makes him, how much he believes it's actually going to happen. So excited to hear Brendan's thoughts on that. Again, Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan are joining us at 11 o'clock. And at noon, we're going to get into a little article that rated the top 10 point guards in the NBA today. And we're gonna see where De'Aaron Fox falls on that, and if we agree. Let me tell you, he's not number one, and there are some names in front of him that I think people are going to be very, very upset with. We're going to talk about that again at noon. And then we got to squeeze some Niners in here. Who knows? The rumors are rampant right now when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. You have people who really don't have, no disrespect, but I can't really say that because what I'm going to say is honestly pretty disrespectful. They're people with no credibility. Like it's just a bunch of, hey, I'm hearing that this could happen today. And frankly, that's just not a lot to work with. So we can't avoid those rumors. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic wrote a really good, interesting article. Me and Alan all week have been talking, and not just this week, really, for a while, have been saying that Brandon Aiyuk, he's trying all these social media things. He really doesn't have much leverage. Tim Kawakami goes into why not only Brandon Aiyuk, but Trent Williams might actually hold all the leverage in those negotiations. And like we talked about during Crosstalk, the Golden One Center somehow got ranked the worst, or I shouldn't say ranked, I'll say labeled the worst arena in the entirety of the NBA. And they grouped it together, not just with the NBA stadiums and arenas, but with all of the stadiums and arenas across sports in America. And let me tell you, you can guess by the fact that they're the last NBA arena, they're pretty low in general on this list. And the names below them, honestly, they don't belong in that same tier at all.
Blasphemy.
It's absolutely insane. I'm excited to get into that. First and foremost, Brendan, I don't know how much of the Hall of Fame game you watched yesterday. To be honest with you, I didn't watch much, if any, at all. I turned it on at the start. I try and get excited about preseason football and preseason in general. I mean, this can definitely tie into the NBA as well. But it's just not the same, man. Like, I try and convince myself every year, the Hall of Fame game, it's like the kickoff of football. It just does nothing for me. Does preseason anything ever do anything for you? Even if you are somebody who, I know you're very analytical, I am too, but that's really the sell of preseason is, hey, you might not see these guys. You want to see, camp battles and position battles and things like that. I can't get excited for it.
It's hard for me. I can do it more so for basketball because there's just less players in general.
Right, yeah.
So, we're dealing with smaller rosters. It's guys that you could see this guy maybe playing. A lot of what we're watching yesterday is like, this guy's probably not going to be out there.
Yeah.
The highlight for me is CJ Stroud reacting because Cam Akers almost made somebody fall with a nasty spin move. And then CJ Stroud just great teammate. I love CJ Stroud. He feels
hilarious.
very California to me too. And I really appreciate that.
Rancho Cucamonga, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that,
I
actually.
believe so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. It can be a bit much for me for sure. Typically, I have a couple guys I'm really trying to key in on, but that would be more Niners focus.
Yeah,
in my mind, I will admit, like Elijah Mitchell probably deserves more reps during the regular season, so I'm not hating to see that a little bit. You know what I mean? Or obviously, rookies going out there can be interesting, but it's tough. And there's too many. I think we talked about this the other day.
Yes.
Like sometimes preseason needs to be shortened a little bit in my mind.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, football preseason goes on for a month. I think basketball, I think we talked about this the other day. Basketball is actually too short of a preseason, I think, where it's I think there's 4, maybe 5
like
games.
They shortened it recently.
Yeah. And it just doesn't really feel like it gets you properly hyped for the NBA. It feels like they should find some happy medium of football shortening theirs. I think everybody would be down to see less preseason football, but preseason basketball, I think, is incredibly important. I feel like too many times we talk about, it's only the first month of the season. These guys are still kind of getting acclimated. They only get a week of training camp in the NBA, which I think is super strange, especially because there's not a lot of practices throughout the year with travel and everything. Right. We know Mike Brown gets his practices in, but a lot of teams, really the only time you can implement any of your offense, any of your defensive schemes is throughout that 1 week of training camp. And I mean, specifically for the Sacramento Kings this year too, that's going to hurt a guy like Devin Carter, where he's not going to be available for training camp and probably won't get that institutional knowledge that he needs because he's joining in the middle of the season. So definitely can be a little bit frustrating with how these leagues decide to do their preseason activities. For those who didn't tune in yesterday, lightning and heavy rain ended the game early, so you didn't even get a conclusion. Also, the fact that they can just end the game kind of tells you where the importance of this thing is at, right?
We're not continuing it later. No. We're just like, we're good. You know, metal helmets, lightning rain, maybe not the greatest idea.
I didn't even consider, the helmet.
Can you imagine being an audio guy on the sideline? You just hold it.
Big old satellite discs
no, I'm not holding this.
Absolutely not. No. And before they sent it in early, Brett Rippon, who was their emergency quarterback in a way last year, the Chicago Bears, he threw 3 touchdowns yesterday. The Bears technically won, I guess, 21-17 over Houston. It was stopped at the 3:31 mark in the third quarter after a 36-minute delay. All eyes were on the NFL's new kickoff rule, which definitely was interesting. And, you know, we had kind of read and seen video examples of this new kickoff rule, and it looked completely different than what even I thought it was going to look like. And again, I saw the preview videos of them trying to explain what it was. And I don't know if you saw it, Brendan, but to me, it's a little bit complicated because you have these guys pretty much already down the field, right, about 20 yards out from where the kickoff is received. And I don't know. I feel like the goal obviously is to not get these guys getting a 30, 40-yard head start and then ramming into another human. So I get why they did it, but I'm not sure if it's going to lead to less returns, if it's going to lead to more explosive returns. It just seems like I don't know. It just didn't quite look right to me. And I know it's a new rule. We'll probably get used to it, but something about it just didn't look right. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it definitely seemed a little strange to me. None of the 8 kickoffs were returned beyond the 32-yard line. 3 were brought back to the 26, a yard further than the old touchback rule. There was 1 touchback, and that now comes out to the 30-yard line. So they are really, really trying to take kickoffs out the game. Obviously player safety and all that stuff, but I can't help but think about the guy who was a Chicago Bears legend, the guy who's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Devin freaking Hester doesn't exist in this new NFL. And I was talking yesterday with Alan about it. And yeah, Brendan, like I said, we're video game buddies. You and I have both been playing this NCAA 25 game.
It feels dumb to not call for a fair catch. And it feels like that's what this situation is. For me, the moving 100%. It to the 30 is one of the bigger issues because I'm like, well, where's the pro here for why would I take the risk? Exactly. And, you know, guys get a little bit more of a running head start as the receiver, I guess, as the returner. But I don't know, like where those guys are so close. I guess maybe you could end up finding a hole. I think it could end up going differently than what people are thinking. Right. But for the most part, like that's one of the most electric plays possible.
It is.
The second you get the ball, you go and score that. And like you're saying, Devin Hester, like some of the best highlights that there is where you're just dropping everybody. Finding holes and getting through. And we just feel kind of robbed of that. And this is one of those scenarios where I'm like, this isn't the same thing.
No, it's one of these things that we're going to have to deal with. It makes the game to me less exciting, but I understand that it's the safety reason, and definitely that's the main focus for the NFL. I understand it, but at the end of the day, the game is about entertainment, and it does feel like the game gets less entertaining when you don't have the random variable of, oh my gosh, we just scored a touch. Oh my God, before we can even celebrate, they just returned it back. So I definitely am intrigued to see where that goes with the new NFL rules. For those wondering, the Niners' first preseason game is August 10th in Tennessee versus the Titans, obviously. And for you Las Vegas Raiders fans out there, you're taking an L in your first preseason game on August 10th in Minnesota versus the Minnesota Vikings, where J.J. McCarthy will light the field on fire.
Oh, that's your boy now, huh?
We're on board. We don't have time for that.
No handout
I know we
merchant anymore.
just started the show, but we do not have enough time to tell you about J.J. McCarthy in his camp, okay? Will the 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan be able to keep up with an offense ran by the fastest player in the NBA? We discuss that next right here on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
A little Olympic news, I guess. I don't think anyone, I know yesterday we kind of went back and forth with some listeners, some callers about, don't spoil the Olympics and, all this stuff. I guess I'll say Olympic spoiler, but I don't think these are two major events that people are super keen on.
Well, like people watching on DVR were mad or something?
So this is in the Olympics are obviously in Paris. There's a little bit of a time difference. So like live of it, yesterday, Simone Biles wins the individual all around at around 11:30.
Right.
We got to talk about. I mean, we have to at least announce it, right? It happens live. Simone made a great counter example of, if this is a baseball game that tips off at 10, we're gonna talk about it if it's over at 12:30 because it happens live and we are still a sports station. And so, it kind of became a little bit of a thing yesterday. But anyways, I digress. Little news and it ties into the Sacramento Kings. Canada, the U.S.'s biggest rival potentially in this Olympics for the men's basketball squad. Canada takes down Spain. And you might be asking, Chris, I don't care. Yeah, sure, Canada, they're a good competitor. Why are we talking about it? Well, that's Jordi Fernandez, ladies and gentlemen. Jordi Fernandez, the head coach of Canada. Again, you might be saying, okay, great, Jordi's gone now. Why do I care? Well, here's a really cool tie-in. Jordi Fernandez is a Spaniard. He is from Spain, and obviously going against your former country and or not your former country, I guess, your home country. But yes, I'm sure in a way Jordi has claimed Canada. He's been their coach, I believe, for the past calendar year. And he's done a fantastic job with that Canadian national team. They take down Spain today. Spain is very, very formidable. Not of the days of the Gasol brothers and Ricky Rubio and all that, but still a very dangerous squad. Canada takes them down by 3 points, 88-85. They are still in the group stage, but definite big shout out to Jordi Fernandez for getting that one. I'm sure that one honestly probably means the most to him. I'm sure he would love to beat Team USA, but it's got to be a little bit something special to go against your home country and to come home with a win. Of course, no medal implications on that one. And again, another Olympic update here. Maybe a little bit more people have ties to the 3x3 league or event going on, I guess you could call it. The women's side of the 3x3 with Haley Van Lith and Derica Hamby of the WNBA. They have, after losing their first 3 games, they have now won 3 consecutive matches in the 3x3. So after not being able to pick up a single win, men's or women's, in the 3x3 competition, the women's side has now won 3 consecutive. So definitely hoping that those ladies can bring home a medal because it's just ridiculous. Me and Whitey and Alan have been talking about it pretty routinely in crosstalk. The fact that the 3x3 team isn't the best in the world is absolutely insane. It doesn't make any sense at all.
I think eventually we may get to that point.
We should already be there. I don't understand.
Right now, like Jimmer makes it kind of fun, I guess. And he seems like almost like breaking that barrier, I guess, in a way. Barrier maybe not being the right word. I did not. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe the Shanghai Sharks are out there thinking, please don't get hurt. But I think that, we could end up seeing more guys. You got Rick Barry's son out there shooting underhand free throws. I actually covered these guys when they came through to Sacramento for a little bit of a tournament. It seems interesting. Jimmer always wanted to play in the Olympics, and now he's getting a chance in a little bit of an traditional way. But it's a weird game. It's very street ball. Mm-hmm. You miss and
it's even stranger than street ball. Honestly, there's no check or anything. No. You take it out straight from under the hoop.
Right, which makes it weird. Yeah. I don't like it. It's got
a weird flow.
It's not typical basketball, but I can get around to it eventually. Obviously, you still are playing the same sport.
Right.
If I had to tell you, if you had to guess who hit the big shot for Canada, there's a clear answer, right?
Dylan the Villain.
It was actually RJ Barrett.
What?
Hitting a clutch 3
That's
to give them a
incredible.
5-point lead with 30 seconds left.
I love stuff like that. I will say, especially knowing like the backstory of RJ Barrett,
His fact only attempted 3 all game.
Really?
Yes.
Love. That's live from Paris right there.
He's still here with us, guys.
It's great. Yes. Keep him with us, please. It makes me feel comfortable. But absolutely. Really interesting stuff with the 3x3 going on. We'll move on now to DeMar DeRozan playing with pace. And Brendan, this is something you brought to me and wanted to talk about. DeMar DeRozan has never been in a top 10 paced offense. And yet now we know, obviously, the Sacramento Kings, they are heavy into pace. And, they obviously have the fastest point guard in the NBA, or maybe even fastest player in the NBA with De'Aaron Fox. How do you initially think DeMar DeRozan fits into a high-paced offense?
Yeah, I think that's what could be a little bit weird, and we're going to get to audio here in a second, but that's actually something Mike Brown mentioned unprovoked about. This could potentially be something that DeMar needs to, like a learning experience, something he's got to go through and just feel out with this Kings team. Obviously, they play extremely fast. That's a big part of their identity, mainly because Mike Brown is constantly talking about we got the fastest player in the league and whatever. If you want to fight that a little bit, he's right at the top, if not at number 1 for sure, with obviously De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, great at pushing the pace. And the idea is that makes the game simpler, is what everybody says, right? DeMar DeRozan, super smart player,
right?
Especially since his time in San Antonio, great decision maker when it comes to playmaking out here as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But never been top 10 in pace. Actually, the highest pace team that DeMar has been on, his rookie year, 13th.
Wow.
His second year, 11th. You know the head coach for those teams?
I don't.
Jay Triano.
Oh, wow.
Current offensive coordinator for the Sacramento Kings, who he has a very good relationship, by the way.
Right.
I talked to him at one point.
Yeah,
he said that, essentially Jay would never do me wrong.
Right.
And his word about coming to Sacramento was big in that aspect. But I think that it's not just full court. It's in the half court as well. Yeah. DeMar is a guy that could take a few rhythm dribbles to eventually get to his mid-range. And it's like one of their offensive identity staples is playing in a 0.5 offense.
Yeah, right.
And make decisions in 0.5 seconds. So, I think it's something interesting. And I think that Mike Brown did a pretty good job of laying that out as well.
Yeah. Nate, can we get to that Mike Brown audio real quick? Here's Mike Brown talking about DeMar DeRozan and playing with pace.
He'll fit in great. When we play against him during the regular season, I don't get a chance to really study an individual player. You watch, as a head coach, I watch one game, sometimes 2 games of our upcoming opponent, and you're watching the whole team. You're watching how they play offensively, how they play defensively, and while you're doing that, you're watching that player a little bit. So then you're trying to take away what you may deem are his strengths, and not a ton of. Now you can't take him all the way because the games come so quick. But 1 or 2 things after watching him extensively. I see he likes to bring the ball up the floor. He can bring the ball up the floor. He can initiate the offense when he brings it up the floor. He can play pick and roll. He can play the DHO game. And so these are all things that we do within our offense. Our 1 through 4 are interchangeable, so he may bring it at times. Because our 1 through 4 are interchangeable, he may be in pick and rolls at times. He may be playing DHO with Domas at times. And so all the tools you can see, all the skill set things are there for him to fit in extremely well with what we want to do. One thing he may have to get a little used to in time is, we try to play fast after every make and every miss, but not just get the ball up the court, but be in position to get the ball up in the court, but also get right into our flow right away. And
yeah, there you go. There you have it from Mike Brown there, talking about DeMar DeRozan playing with pace. And I think, Brendan, the one thing that I think he kind of highlighted there is I feel like there's this narrative around DeMar DeRozan that he's just singularly this isolation player, that he is this black hole, this ball hog, essentially, for lack of a better term, that can't play in a motion offense. He can't make those 0.5 decisions like you talk about, and that he essentially is going to be a problem in this Kings offense, not necessarily with his scoring ability or anything like that, but just he's going to stagnate an offense that really doesn't typically like to stagnate. They like to keep the ball moving. They like to keep the players moving. Do you think that is overblown? Do you feel like DeMar DeRozan is somebody? Is it just a case of he hasn't been asked to do it or he can't do it?
I think it's a little bit of I definitely think it's more of the former, that he hasn't been asked to. But I think the fact that it hasn't really been proven still means it needs to be a question in a way. But he's not just straight up isolation like some people might think. Like Synergy has 37% of his possessions last year, pick and roll ball handler, 19% spot up, third isolation, 15%.
Wow.
Then you get to post ups, 10%, which I think will be part of it a little bit.
That'll
we saw them
really
do that with Harrison Barnes. Obviously, DeMar's a better option there. And then you get down to 6.9% for transition opportunities with Chicago. But when Lonzo Ball was still on that team, they ran a lot.
Right.
And that team was playing really well.
Incredibly
they were rolling for a second in that high-paced offense, and DeMar fit into that.
Yeah.
So while I do think there could be an adjustment period a little bit, I think that he's fine. I think he's an extremely smart player. I also think he seems pretty egoless.
Yeah, for
sure. When Kobe White was rolling in Chicago, he's down to play second fiddle in the moments where it's fitting to do so.
Yeah.
So I think, if anything, there may be an adjustment of him trying to fit in too much. You might need to tell him, like, no, bro, still be you.
Yeah,
you know. But I do think there will be an adjustment period there, and that's the aspect of where it would stand out to me the most. But at the same time, like everybody says, it makes the game simpler. And DeMar's a smart player that's going to be fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that I think not enough people are factoring in, is that this guy is a really smart player. And like you said, I mean, he seems like a great teammate. I think part of being selfish, part of being a ball hog, is fundamentally not believing in your teammates. And that just doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy that DeMar DeRozan is. He seems like the kind of guy who is just a great connector of all people in the locker room. I mean, even the Drew League game that he played in the other day, he played in with Dalen Terry, a former young player on the Bulls that he grew a relationship with, and even though they're not on the same team anymore, is valuing working out together over the summer. And I think that really speaks to the kind of guy DeMar DeRozan is. Speaking of, I cannot wait to talk with our next guest, Boogie Ellis, the newest Sacramento King. We will be talking with him next right here on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and, of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins, Alan Stiles filled in the morning for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. So I've got Brendan Nunez with me, and like I said at the top of the show, Brendan's bringing the heavy hitters today. We're efforting Boogie Ellis right now, and I think we actually have him on the line right now. The newest member of the Sacramento Kings, Boogie Ellis, joins us. Boogie, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining the show.
I'm doing great. How about you?
Yeah, Boogie, sorry, I think you're cutting in and out, so hopefully your line's going to be good. I just want to start off with kind of setting the baseline on your career here and how you got here in Sacramento. You started your college career at Memphis before transferring over to USC. Pretty simple question. I mean, what initially attracted you to Memphis, and then why, when you eventually transferred, was USC the right place for you to go?
Yeah, definitely. Just coming in high school, I was a scoring guard. I wanted to go, learn how to be apart from one of the greatest point guards to ever do it. So that ultimately got me to Memphis. I had a great 2 years. Really tough.
Whoops, sorry there, Boogie. Your phone's kind of cutting in and out. I think we're gonna try and to reset that real quick in a minute here. We're gonna call you back and try and get you on a good line. But Brendan, before we call him back, I mean, just what were your initial thoughts on Boogie Ellis and his kind of making himself known with the Summer League squad? I think that's the thing that really impressed people the most. I think, Boogie kind of, I wouldn't say he wasn't on a lot of Kings fans' radars. I think when he signed initially with the Summer League squad, a lot of people were very excited to see what he was going to bring. I think there was a lot of hype around him coming through college and definitely coming out of college to an extent. But I definitely, first and foremost, I think the defense is the thing that really stuck out to me, just his point of attack defense and how just tenacious he was. And I think in the California Classic portion of Summer League, Brendan, if I'm remembering correctly, you had Doug Christie come out and say, we need that Boogie energy. And I think that's really the thing that caught a lot of people's attention at first. Yeah, for sure. I think we're going to get this audio worked out in a second here. But that was definitely what stood out, is Doug Christie saying, we had good energy out there, but it wasn't Boogie energy. That's crazy, man. And that's especially coming from Doug too, of all people. Yeah. And by the way, Boogie's talking about, what we heard a little bit there of, wanting to go learn from one of the greatest point guards with Penny Hardaway. Yeah, Doug Christie seems like a guy he could learn a lot from for sure as well. So, if you're providing that energy when you're sometimes replacing Keon Ellis out there, who we know what he does defensively, right. I think that speaks a lot. Yeah, absolutely. And I think we got Boogie back on here on the line. Boogie, so what was that you were saying about wanting to play for one of the best point guards ever in Penny Hardaway? What went into your decision to go to Memphis and then to eventually transfer over to USC?
Yeah, definitely. So, like I was saying, just coming out of high school, I was a scoring guard. I really needed to learn the position as best as I could. So, ultimately I decided, I wanted to go play for Coach Penny, and I had a great relationship with Mike Miller at the time. He had a great relationship with my family, so we just thought that so it was best for me. And I had also a great relationship with James Wiseman, Precious Achua, and those guys. So we thought it would be great for us to go somewhere and make a difference. For sure, yeah, Boogie. This is Brendan. Talk to you a bit in Summer League, man. Appreciate you coming on the show. I believe that you shared that Alvin Gentry's son, I believe it is on the USC staff as well. And obviously a little bit of a connection to Sacramento there. Alvin, from my perspective, seems like the fun uncle that everybody loves to be around. But curious what your interactions have been like with Alvin and what sort of his messaging has been to you throughout this process. Yeah, definitely. Just having someone around like that, he always told me, just to keep working and keep doing what I was doing throughout his years, seeing me play at USC. So just having that great relationship with him and having that relationship with his son, definitely, in this world, it's all about connections and it's about who you know. So just establishing those connections was really important and it really helped me, just having a voice and someone who, coached in the NBA that I can ask, what are things that I can get better at? What are certain things that I can, look for to, make my game better for sure.
Yeah, and what are some of those things that you kind of identified? I know you shared in Summer League, like embracing the defensive end of the floor a little bit more, but how do you balance kind of being yourself, but also changing your game to fit a role in the NBA?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, coming in, I knew, scoring the basketball wasn't going to get me on the floor. So just, guarding 94 feet, being a great teammate, being a leader, being vocal all the time, communicating, doing those things, and then just, letting everything else, what I've been doing my whole life, scoring the basketball, take care of itself. So just continue to do that, continue to understand the role, continue to understand what I can do, to help my team and do whatever, is asked.
Talking with Boogie Ellis here of the Sacramento Kings. Went crazy this summer for the Kings Summer League squad and earned him a nice little training camp invite as well. Boogie, Donovan Mitchell, I remember talking about after he was drafted and after he had an incredible rookie season. He said, I don't really understand why people are super surprised by me taking a leap because, you go from college where you have class, you have all other obligations to do, and then you just have nothing but free time. And he says, I got so much better just in that pre-draft process and throughout the summer. How much better do you feel like you are already just since leaving school?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like my game's definitely took a jump. I feel like, every year I've proven that I've gotten better every year that I was in college, and I feel like I can continue to get better. And I feel like I haven't really reached my ceiling yet. Just got to continue to watch film, continue to learn the game, continue asking questions and doing the little things. And, I feel like I can get so much better by the time, I get to even by the time I get to training camp or by the time, the season starts. So just continue to get better every day, continue to work on my game, take care of my body, and, do all those little things.
Yeah, when it comes to translating all that to the NBA, like we kind of talked about, Boogie, what do you think? What do you view as your potential role with either Sacramento or just the league in general? And are there any players you look at and are like, that's what you think you could do?
Oh yeah, definitely. Guys like Jose Alvarado, Jordan McLaughlin, people like that, who come in the game, make an impact, come in the game and change the game. I just feel like I can do that at a high level. Just showing that I can come in the game, control the tempo, score as well, do whatever I change the game with defense, be a vocal leader on the team, just doing whatever is needed and doing whatever what is asked by the coaching staff. So I just feel like, I watch a lot of guys, Damian Lillard, Trae Young, a bunch of guys since I was a kid. Rajon Rondo, he doesn't shoot the ball as well as me, but why is he so great?
Right.
Just picking getting as much knowledge as I can to make me the best basketball player that I could be.
I love that, man. Yeah, real student of the game. That's awesome. And you mentioned Jordan McLaughlin there. Two-part question, kind of. But have you talked with many of your new teammates and just even throughout the summer? What have you picked up from the vets like Keon Ellis, like Colby, like Mason, like even Drew Timme and Coach Christie? What has it been like to kind of be able to have those guys here?
Yeah, definitely. Just asking questions, picking their brain. Sometimes sitting back and see how they approach the game. Things like that. And definitely, we got some USC guys on the team, yeah. Jordan McLaughlin and DeMar DeRozan. So it's been pretty good. I've been talking to DeMar a little bit.
Nice.
Picking his brain. We're gonna start getting some work in with him next week. So that should be fun. But just asking as much questions as possible. Getting as much as knowledge. As I can.
Yeah, for sure. Boogie Ellis here. I don't know that I'd realized there were 3 USC guys till you pointed it out. You guys could get a little 3-on-3 going between USC and Kentucky and just in Sacramento practices. But Boogie, the pre-draft process for you, what were kind of your expectations headed into draft night? And obviously going undrafted, I'm wondering if that gives you a chip on your shoulder and what ultimately made you pick Sacramento.
Yeah, definitely. One of my fears in life was definitely being undrafted, and I always told myself, whatever I do, I'm going to show up and do the work. I showed up, I didn't get picked. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know. I feel like I'm better than a lot of guys who were picked, and people will find out soon. So, you know, I worked with a chip on my shoulder. I already had a chip on my shoulder. You know, I did great things in college, but I feel like I still have a lot of things to prove. I feel like a lot of people, you know, doubted me throughout the draft process. I wouldn't say, you know, overlooked me, but that's fine. So I'm just going to continue to work, continue to do what I do, and, you know, soon here they'll all see, and all the teams will realize they made a mistake by, you know, not overlooking me.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible perspective. Boogie, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, man. We wish you all the best of luck in training camp and throughout the season, and we definitely hope to talk to you again sometime soon, man. Definitely thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Appreciate you, Boogie.
Absolutely. That is the newest Sacramento King in ways, Boogie Ellis. Amazing perspective there, hearing him talk about DeMar DeRozan, his relationship with the other USC guys on this roster. Like Brendan said, I would pay to see that 3-on-3 game right there. I know we were just talking mess about
be a great
the 3x3, but I would definitely watch. What would that be? Malik, De'Aaron, and Trey against DeRozan, McLaughlin, and Boogie.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think that would definitely lead to some entertainment for sure. Really appreciate Boogie Ellis giving us a little bit of his time, and really appreciate everything he had to say there. That was awesome. And like I said, definitely wish him the best of luck throughout this season, whether it be in Sacramento, whether it be in Stockton, or whether it be somewhere else too. I mean, Boogie just seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders, and, you know, he definitely has all the right perspective. And I think he's going to be a really, really good pro, especially just even based off of what we saw at Summer League. You can tell that guy wants to work and get his way into the NBA. So definitely we'll be rooting for Boogie Ellis. Unfortunately, Los Angeles Angels fans will not be able to root for Mike Trout this season. We'll talk a little bit more about that and some of the other biggest what ifs in sports history. You're listening to Stiles and Watkins right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins. Alan Stiles holding down the mornings for the remainder of, I guess it's technically Friday, but for the entirety of next week, Alan will be in the mornings. I will be holding down the middays. I have Brendan Nunez with me today. I've got Brendan Nunez with me next Thursday and Friday at the very least. Just excited to kind of get this little shuffling, get it going. I think it's, it kind of gets juices flowing in a different way. And excited to talk with Brendan and a couple other people throughout this week. But that was really good stuff. If you just hopping in your car, just turning this on YouTube, you just missed Boogie Ellis, the newest Sacramento King. He just joined us for about 10-15 minutes to talk about his journey here to Sacramento, what he expects in the league, and even gave us, I think he said he's talking with DeMar DeRozan. I think he might have said he's working out with DeMar as recently as next week. But really good to hear Boogie Ellis. It sounds like I said before the break, like he has a really good head on his shoulders, not letting getting undrafted get to him too much. I think he reacted properly to it. I can't imagine, like he said, he said it was like his worst nightmare to go undrafted, and for that to be the reality and for you to just immediately bounce back. There's so many guys. He said
one of my biggest fears in
life.
Yes,
that's what he said. Yes, it wasn't his biggest nightmares.
Wild.
Yeah, biggest nightmares is that is a much more
right.
declarative statement about his emotions for sure. So the fact that he just bounces back from that immediately, we know that there's guys who kind of flounder about in the league for a bit before they end up finding their footing. It seems like Boogie Ellis is taking that and just using it as fuel to kind of launch his career forward. So obviously we're going to be rooting for Boogie here in Sacramento. And before we get into the Mike Trout stuff, a little tied into baseball here. I saw this the other day. The 2025 MLB Hall of Fame ballot has been released in terms of the newcomers to the ballot and some of the returning players who still haven't reached, for those who are unaware, the 75% approval that you must get in order to make the Baseball Hall of Fame. It is the strangest protocol in order to make it. I've never understood why it is a thing, but the newcomers to the ballot for the 2025 ballot will be Felix Hernandez, Ian Kinsler, not Woodland, I'm sorry. Yes, it is Woodland. I was going to say Yuba City, but it is Woodland's own Dustin Pedroia, CC Sabathia out of Vacaville. Come on. And then Ichiro Suzuki. Yes, he is from Vacaville. He's from the Bay Area. And CC, definitely one of the Bay Area legends for sure. CC is a real one. The returning players who received more than 25% of their votes on the 2023 ballot and will return for the 25 ballot: Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones, one Manny Ramirez. I remember Manny playing in Sacramento for it was like half a season, I think, when he was with the A's. That was a good time. A-Rod still on the ballot, looking to make the Hall of Fame. I'm sure, after, baseball likes to be kind of strange with their Hall of Fame, and they're like, oh, we're going to punish you because there was rumors about you taking roids. Right. And so you're not going to be a first ballot, but second ballot, you'll be like unanimous. So it seems like that's what's going to happen with A-Rod, Chase Utley as well, and Billy Wagner rounding out the 2025 MLB Hall of Fame ballot. It will be interesting to see who actually gets in from that. The Baseball Writers of America Association gets to decide that. And we'll see if in 10 to 15 years, one Michael Trout is going to make the ballot, Brendan. It's one of the most confusing careers I think anyone has ever had. When he was in his prime, when he was young, I remember it was his rookie season, I believe, coincided with Bryce Harper. There was way more hype about Bryce Harper coming into baseball with him being in a wood bat high school league, and he hit like 50 home runs as an 18. It was insane. But Mike Trout jumped onto the scene. He won MVPs. He's kind of like the curator of WAR, the WAR stat. He's always leading in WAR. But the problem is he's also always leading the league in missed games. It feels like Mike Trout will miss the remainder of this season due to another meniscus tear. He's been out since April 29th with a torn meniscus. He came back. For those who were paying attention, weren't paying attention, I think it was last week, he tried to have a rehab assignment in AAA or AA, and he ended up re-aggravating it. News came out yesterday that he did, in fact, re-tear his meniscus. I don't know if it's the same one or his other one, but that's definitely a huge blow for somebody who I think was hoping to kind of get back on the scene. In terms of games played by Mike Trout in the second half of the season, in 2021, he played 0 games in the second half of the season. In 22, he played 40. In 23, he played a single game in the second half of the season. And this season, he will not play a single game in the second half of this MLB season. Just one of the more frustrating career. I mean, frustrating, I'm sure, for him, and I'm obviously for Angels fans as well, even though it hasn't mattered if you have Mike Trout and Shohei and Anthony Rendon. It doesn't matter. You're still going to end up at the bottom of the AL West somehow. But yeah, I mean, Mike Trout missing the rest of the season. I know you've kind of freshly gotten into baseball again. Peeling back the curtain, me and Brendan, video game guys. Brendan's been playing a ton of MLB The Show and has gotten into baseball at a alarming pace, I would say. You have gone from literally not knowing. I mean, you've always watched Giants on and off, but you've went from pretty much not knowing, like, I don't know, you probably didn't know who Roger Clemens was or something, and now you can probably give me just about every young, exciting player and all of the best accolades of the week and everything. Brendan, but just from your little knowledge of Mike Trout, no disrespect, but,
no, you're fine.
But what do you think about this kind of just career that he's had, and you kind of never really getting to experience what made Mike Trout such a hallowed figure?
Yeah, honestly, okay, again, a lot of people may laugh at the video game thing initially, right? But I think that's what initially really got me into basketball. Is I remember my parents being like, "Why do you know all these numbers?" And I'm like, "Well, it has their stats in 2K." Yeah, so
absolutely, it's such a real thing.
It breaks the ice, right? And even just playing with Mike Trout in the game, I was like, "Wait, this guy's super fast, and he's like a power hitter. Like, what's going on here?" So I go and do my research, contextualize this a little bit. Watched a extensive video actually on Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, and all of that. And this man did absolutely everything. Like the robbing the homers, how he got better defensively later in his career, all of a sudden stealing bases a bunch and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think anytime an elite talent we're sort of robbed of it.
That's what it feels like. Yeah.
Not to make it about the viewers, because it's probably just a horrible experience for Mike Trout as well, to be honest. But at the same time, I think that the importance that they have to the game, and even just being that much of a talking point, I think deserves a lot of acknowledgement. And obviously there's a couple MVPs in there. I would imagine that once we get to Hall of Fame, that should still be acknowledged. And moving goalposts on Hall of Fame is a whole different conversation to me, because what about the other guys? We're just going to take some guys out that wouldn't have made it if these were the new rules, or what? Because I know that's not happening. But yeah, I mean, I think that you want the best players out there in any sport, as it may be. And Mike Trout seemed like an absolute freak in the best way possible, just doing everything at a size that you wouldn't expect a guy like that to be able to do it. It's ridiculous. And yeah, it blew my mind initially, because I'm like, wait, this is a baseball player? Like, he don't even look like a baseball player, but he moves better than anybody else out there.
It's crazy.
So definitely always sucks to get robbed of a talent like that, and feeling for him. But I still think that the greatness overall can be appreciated, even if it's got a maybe disappointing asterisk, I guess, at the end of it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you said it perfectly, honestly. I mean, again, you're picking this thing up at an alarming pace. He's like the definition of a 5-tool player. There's not a thing on the baseball field that you would not say Mike Trout excels at. And it's just really disappointing that we've just taken a huge ice cream scoop out of his career, and just what would have been, I think, is going to be the story of Mike Trout, unfortunately. Even though we got some of the most electrifying years of baseball maybe we've seen post Barry Bonds out of Mike Trout. So definitely thoughts and prayers up to Mike Trout in hopes that he definitely at some point here can figure out how to string together a couple years towards the end of his career, because it would be a real shame if this is how his career has to end. And that brings us to, Brandon, naturally, my mind goes to what are the biggest what ifs in sports as you think about Mike Trout never probably, I mean, there's a good chance Mike Trout doesn't end up hitting 500 home runs. I'm going to look at his home run total right now, but he's at 378 home runs. There's a good chance Mike Trout doesn't even hit the 500 home run mark, which I don't know how many people will hit that mark, to be honest with you. Jordan's probably my best bet. But anyways, brings us to the biggest what ifs in sports, and I think we'll leave baseball out of it. I think Mike Trout is just the clear and obvious runaway favorite, though you could throw in another MLB The Show legend and Byron Buxton as well into that what if category, but more so with basketball, where I think this really, really pertains, because there's just so many guys who, whether it be Greg Oden's of the world or, Markelle Fultz, who messed up his arm or his shoulder or whatever it was and was never really able to shoot. We see Lonzo Ball now trying to make a recovery, but that dude hasn't played basketball in like 2 or 3 years. Him obviously not having the career that I think a lot of people expected him to have. Brandon Roy is a name. Of course, Derrick Rose. What are some of is it those guys? Is there anyone I'm leaving out? Who is your biggest what if in sports?
D Rose, Brandon Roy for sure up there. A fun one I want to mention is Gordon Hayward breaking his leg. And I was a big Celtics guy
fun about that,
at the time. Yeah, you're right. Not fun. But if you try to look at like really the butterfly effect of all of this, right? So 17-18 season, Gordon Hayward comes in, signs a 4-year deal, fresh out of playing at Utah, goes to play for his college head coach, Brad Stevens at Butler. First couple minutes of the first game. That was one of the craziest things I've ever watched.
Insane.
By the way.
I believe it was the first game of the NBA season, right?
Yes, against Cleveland, in Cleveland. And Kyrie Irving is on the team for the first time as well.
Wow.
Which is where this gets weird, right?
It's
and that year obviously didn't end up going very well for the Celtics eventually. And they lost in Game 7 Eastern Conference Finals. Tatum dunks on LeBron. Bron gets him back, blah, blah, blah. If Gordon Hayward's around for that, and let's say that propels the Celtics to be able to beat the Cavs.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know what happens in the finals. But if you're able to do that, I think there's a world.
Cavs Warriors,
yes, I believe so. But I think there's a world where Kyrie feels a lot better because we're winning games.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this guy doesn't want out of Boston and he doesn't go to Brooklyn. So then where does Kevin Durant go? Because Kevin Durant wanted to go to Brooklyn specifically to be with Kyrie Irving. Could he have gone to LA?
Could he have stayed in Golden State?
Could he have stayed in Golden State? So I think there's that there. I just think that it's an interesting thing to me because now we're also talking about what would Porzingis be? What would Drew Holiday be if these guys weren't still around? So I think
would Porzingis still be on Dallas?
Right, exactly.
Probably not, but
so it's just one of those funny, again, not funny, I guess.
But I'm seeing zero things funny about Kevin Durant staying on the Warriors, to be honest with you. I don't think that's funny at all.
That's fair.
It will be funny to have Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan back on our airwaves. They will be joining us at the top of the hour right here on Stiles and Watkins. Definitely don't want to miss that. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan joining us in a couple minutes right here, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Hey, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got an unbeatable lineup of shows that you won't want to miss. It's Brett Young and Chase Rice at Thunder Valley on August 3rd, plus Jason Mraz and the Super Band rockin' Thunder Valley on August 9th. Then head out of the heat to higher elevation for the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kit Moore and Sublime. And here's your Live Nation lineup. On August 4th, don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival, Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And on September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Rounding out this rockin' lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival from September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. For information and tickets, visit grapefestival.com. And then stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Hello, I'm Frank Hopper with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Looking for work may be becoming harder work moving forward. ADP said the U.S. economy added only 122,000 new jobs in July, the smallest increase in months. Expectations by the Wall Street Journal had been 150,000 jobs. ADP only tracks private employers, so these numbers do not include government workers. Less open jobs may have reduced employee leverage as wage increases for those who remained in the same job dropped to a low of 4.8% annually. The Federal Reserve's actions to slow economic growth may be working. Expected economic growth appears to be slowing, and the labor market is showing signs of that potential weakness. The weakness was seen in media, manufacturing, and white-collar jobs, while package delivery, construction, hotels, and restaurants saw growth. With job openings reduced by a third over the past 2 years, the Fed may see even more data pointing them to ease their inflation fight, cutting rates soon. Their focus could change from inflation to working to make sure Americans have a place to work. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Cafe Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic Cafe is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic Cafe.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports. Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Oh boy, look at that. Favorite two people and Carlin too. Wow, what a privilege.
Yeah.
First time since I looked it up. April 7th, 2023 was the last time Deuce and Morgan were both on Sacktown Sports 1140 Air.
Really? Whoa. I remember being on July 4th with Brendan.
It's true.
Well,
but it was
you
just
were
you.
on, but both of you two on at the same time gave me the road, the pathway to be sitting here today. So obviously I'm just eternally grateful for you two. And thank you so much for hopping on. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, how are you two doing?
So good. But you need to know first, it was all you. Like literally all you. Yes, 100 billion %. So good. And love you guys. We're so excited to be talking to you both.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's good to see you guys. It's been a while. As you can see, I have Brendan in with me today.
What is going on, guys? Thanks again.
He's doing his thing.
Hello.
So, I mean, we haven't really talked all off season. I think it's just good to set the table here and talk a little bit about the Kings' biggest addition this off season in DeMar DeRozan. And the first question I have, because it seems like a lot of people have just endless questions about DeMar's fit, his defense. Will he be a ball stopper in this offense? We can get into that a little bit later, but I'm kind of curious, first and foremost, just who do you think DeMar helps and hurts the most on this roster?
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Yeah. I've been working on my question.
I mean, I think he can help everyone. In terms of hurting, I could see the case being made that, like, hey, if he's taking shots away from maybe someone like Keegan Murray,
right?
Is that hurting, or is that like maybe hurting Keegan's development? I don't even know about that. I'm not concerned about his fit, because to me, he has played in a variety of systems.
Yep.
He's just a basketball player. I don't think he's a guy that's walking in acting as if he's got to take 20, 25 shots or he's going to pout. He wants to just play basketball the right way. And so I think he's going to help more than anything.
Yeah. And also, I mean, what I love about this too, you guys, is that we don't have to sit here today and talk about a player that like has known qualities to hurt a team. Oh, well, they're going to be a liability here. Oh, they're going to, they're a mental head case or whatever the hell it may be. It's so nice that we have to, if we need to pick what he hurts about the team, we have to really like pick at it and find something. But otherwise, I'm kind of with Deuce. Like, I'm very optimistic about this.
It's hard to not be. This guy's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. I say probably. Frankie pointed out to me when they traded for him, the numbers are ridiculous, all-time numbers. He's gonna end up there. Can kind of catch you off guard a little bit how high he is on this all-time point scoring list, but obviously not a high volume 3-point shooter. And I think there are some aspects there, but it does make me think that the other guys that are these elite shooters, while you're also sending out Harrison Barnes, a guy that ends above 40%, what feels like every single year of his career from beyond the arc, but it feels like it could make Kevin Huerter, it could make Keon Ellis even more important in this offense. Do you guys kind of view it that way? And does it feel like there needs to be a decision made on who gets more run between the two there, or how do you kind of balance that?
I think the decision will be made within the season. I mean, look how much Mike Brown adjusted things from training camp all the way to the beginning of the season, all the way until the end of the season. And also, health comes into play when guys go down. You obviously have to make those adjustments. But I truly believe that we're never, the thing I always wanted with Mike Brown, I'm always like, oh, maybe we'll really know the identity of this team, 20 games in. That's always like kind of my mark. But I feel like at times you just never know, because he's down to keep exploring different options and rotations.
Yeah, the 3-point shooting is interesting. DeMar took more when he was asked to do more. Last year they had so many injuries with the Bulls, so Donovan goes to him, it's like, hey, we need you to take some more threes. And he did. He's better from the corner than anything. I'm not too concerned about that. And so many people talk about spacing. Look, they're going to guard DeMar DeRozan. If you're going to give him space, he's going to get to his spots and he's going to pump fake you, get to the free throw line, or he's going to get to a spot and hit that mid-range shot. So you still have to guard him. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because someone like Keon Ellis has shot the ball so well from three, not only in the NBA, but the G League level. I think he's going to be on scouting reports now. Teams weren't guarding him as closely. However, you start looking at who else is on the floor with him, he's going to still get some good looks. I think the same thing with Keegan and even Kevin Huerter. I know, Brendan, we talked about this the other day.
Right.
Kevin Huerter's stock may be really low. I'd buy some of it. I just don't buy that he is the player we saw last year. I think there are a lot of things that went into it. I think he had to overcome some things. He was struggling. The whole Chris Duarte thing early on probably shook him a little bit. I think he's a good enough player to still help this team. So I'm pretty optimistic on that front too.
Yeah, dudes. I mean, I think that's a great point, and I keep harping on it too. Like, I think too much is made of DeMar and his spacing, because that mid-range shot is absolutely lethal, and I think people associate spacing only with 3-point shooting, but you can still space as long, like you said, as long as people aren't sitting in the paint, you're still having to go up on DeMar. You're not just going to leave him open for a shot. So that's part's definitely confused me about people concerned about the spacing. I get the overall thought, but it feels like it's been a bit overblown. And you also mentioned Keegan and his development, and maybe what DeMar might help or hurt in his development. Maybe he gets less shots. I think in a weird way that could be better. Just kind of make Keegan more efficient, do what you're good at. And I think last year we saw him kind of get out of his comfort zone a little bit, put the ball on the deck, attack the rim a little bit more aggressively. Defensively, we obviously saw him pick up a lot of guards at the point of attack. What do you want to see Keegan prioritize this season coming up? Is it still rounding out his game, or is it more just, hey, focus in on a couple things and just do that at a high level?
Being aggressive, shooting the, oh my gosh, I almost cuss. Shooting the crap out of the basketball.
It's been too long. April 7th, 2023.
I know you guys do cuss.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I would never cuss. Come on. Yeah, I think like when you look at his all-around game, there's so many beautiful things about it. Yes, we could talk about, we want him to even improve more on ball defense. And, his shooting numbers went down from 3. Like, we want those to go back up. Sure, we can get into specifics, or we can just talk about the nature of the game and having a player like Keegan Murray, who's capable of doing so much. Just be more aggressive. Don't be passive. Take the damn ball and shoot it.
Yes. Don't think. Just go. Just go. I want you to let it fly. I want you to make a quick move to the basket. I want Keegan Murray to get to the free throw line too. That's the other aspect of his game. He has the tools necessary. And last year, teams knew about his shooting ability. He wasn't going to get the same looks he got in his rookie year. And so those numbers went down, but I saw more growth in the mid-range. His mid-range game improved drastically last year. Him attacking, as you mentioned. The one weird element when you look at his shot chart from 3 is he really tanked from the corner. I think he was like over 40+% from the corner his rookie year, and it went to like 32% from the corner last year, which is kind of bizarre. I don't know how to explain that. But I think, again, playing with some of the offensive weapons, I mean, we talk about, DeMar and De'Aaron and Domas, Malik. The Kings have a lot of firepower, and I think having someone like Keegan out there, I think his catch and shoot numbers will go up again this year. I think he'll be more efficient, but he's got to look for his. I don't care who's out there. You have to remain aggressive. I'm really high on him, and I think he can be pretty impactful. If he can take a step with that aggressiveness, the Kings are going to be a lot better than even I think we believe.
Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan, friends of the show over here. It's funny you say that corner 3 thing, because I was looking the other day, and actually Keon Ellis last year, I think, was 33 in the corners and 44 above the break. So you have me racking my mind a little bit here of our teams taking away the corner 3s. But practically a contract year for De'Aaron Fox. Extension eligible, and if you were to make All-NBA, would get Supermax money. Now, I think DeMar being here may I'm interested to see the impact there, but it also makes me think the same way that you saw Malik work extremely well last offseason. And I think that will continue, obviously, but it's a thing for sure in contract years. Guys are going to put in a little bit more sometimes. If you were looking at De'Aaron's game and thought, where can he continue to take a next step from here? Where would you look at that?
I think for me, I liked the development from 3. I think some people would criticize the shot selection at times. I think some people also say that when he misses a shot, it's like, are you saying it when he makes it? Okay. I definitely want the all around game. I think for him, it's doing it consistently.
I knew that was going to be the answer.
And it seems like every year there's like a month where you're like, hey, is everything okay? And I think a lot of it is like he gets nicked up. I think, he puts a lot of wear and tear on that body. He's the guy that's pushing the pace like crazy. He's trying to bring it on both ends of the ball, but the Kings can't afford to have him like be off for a month. Couple weeks, it happens. Like it's just going to happen in the NBA, but doing it consistently. And I think it goes back to having someone like DeMar on the team that takes some offensive pressure off of him. So it's just not all on him to create all the time.
And when you say off for a month, you're not talking about like sitting on the bench off for a month. You're talking like just his game, his numbers. You're
going like you saw the way he started last year was like, oh my goodness, this guy is he going to be in the MVP conversation? Right. Then he tailed off with the efficiency, and you're like, is everything okay? Is he hurt? And it lasts a little too long.
Yeah, and he was still playing well, but it's just like you said. The way he was playing at the start of the season after he was out those 5 games or whatever it was pretty early on in the season, it was like he went off. And I feel like he is capable of keeping that same type of play and efficiency throughout an entire season, but it's not easy to do. And it takes a different type of mindset. And I think something else, we were even talking about the other evening, was just about him knowing when too much is too much. And I know so many people complain about, and so do I, about what is it? Rest management, whatever the hell.
Load management.
Thank you. Whatever the hell it's called. Get out of here with that. But my point is, with that, I also understand that some of these players, De'Aaron Fox, one of his best skill sets is being one of the fastest players on the floor. And if he's not capable of being as explosive or fast, and you take that away from him, it takes away a part of the identity of what the team can really accomplish together. And not to say that everyone else shouldn't be stepping up if that's the case, but it just makes the team and it makes De'Aaron that much better.
And one more thing I want.
Oh, God.
I think he could be all defensive team this year. And I think he showed flashes of it last year. I think he is one of the better defensive guards out there, and just being locked in all the time on that. You saw the steals is one thing, but he was near the top of the NBA in deflections as well. And I think that should be his goal big time, because if he can reach that mark, I think the Kings are in a really good spot.
Yeah, and just to highlight your first point about De'Aaron kind of staying on and not having a bad month, I'm looking at his splits month per month. First month of the season, 31 points. Second month of the season, 30 points. Third month of the season, 29. And then in January, he plays 15 games. He scores 22.5 points per game and never really ends up getting back up to that 28, 29, 30 point per game.
Which is hard.
It's very hard.
It's more about the efficiency than anything, right? And not having a month
for sure
stretch where it's oh man, you're really struggling with the shot. So.
He was 43% in that down month and shot 32% from three in that down month. So definitely want to see some consistency out of De'Aaron. And last question that we have for you today is about the Kings rookie Devin Carter. And I think it's a really tough situation, obviously for him, but for Kings fans as well. What should our expectations realistically be for Devin Carter for his rookie year? He's obviously going to miss until about January. They gave him a 6-month time frame for even just reevaluation. Yeah. So there's definitely a chance he full misses his rookie season. I think there's a chance he jumps in the middle of the season and kind of becomes almost like a trade deadline acquisition. What are your guys' expectations individually for Devin Carter, and what we should expect to see from him his rookie season?
My mindset with it has been this: just don't expect anything from him next year. And then if you get something, it's a great surprise. I think the optimistic viewpoint is what you just said, and I love it. Post-trade deadline, all of a sudden you inject a little Devin Carter in there. I think the challenge becomes if it's all of a sudden, hey, it's mid-March and he can come back, and you're like, God, there's a month left before the season. How do you fit him in?
Yeah.
But I think he's the type of player that can be very impactful this year if he's able to come back maybe earlier than we think.
I said this to Deuce the other day. I said there's so much of God, I don't know with Devin Carter. We just don't know, but I can tell you what I want. And I would love if he was coming back, after the All-Star break or whatever it was. So then it was there was this space for him to get that NBA experience and still develop under this organization and not have to start the next season, right? Of course, that's what I would love to see. And I would love to see him make an impact, but I can't, you're asking a guy that is coming back from surgery for a long time, and then playing in the NBA for the first time to do stuff. It's just,
I would say this though, from a basketball shape standpoint, because that's the other element of it. Yeah. It's not like they don't need him to come back and play 30 minutes. They need just an injection.
I understand the injection, Deuce. I'm
big on injections, as you can tell.
Yeah.
A lot of HGH.
What?
I said injection 3 times. Sorry.
I was like, where's he going with that?
I was like, let's not get political here.
Yeah, come on now. But yeah, so anyway, I know what I want, but I really am feeling this world of God, I don't know what we're going to see. But hopefully there's something that we get.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we can talk to you guys sometime soon. Hopefully we can hear from you guys in sooner than a year and a half. While we're already making things uncomfortable, Frankie made things very uncomfortable the other day, by the way. I would never personally call you guys out for never having me on your show, but look, if Frankie wants to do that, he can go ahead and do that. But I'm just saying I personally would never do that.
Watkins, I could send you a screenshot of you're literally on our list of Kings Roundtable people.
I think the other thing you have to acknowledge is, we don't do we're not on 3-4 hours a day where we have to fill with a whole bunch of guests.
Oh my God.
You guys kind of ran from the Grand Sasha. It's kind of crazy.
We kind of have to pick. We have to pick, So yeah, you are on the list.
Oh my God.
It feels like I am on a list.
You're on a list. You're on.
Yeah.
It's some list.
Feel like I'm the list, though.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine, guys. Thank you. No, you guys are busy. You got to go. We appreciate you guys coming on.
Meanwhile, Brendan's been on our podcast like 7 times.
Yeah, like 7 times. It's fine. It's Deuce Mo and Brendan.
I make sure to mention it to to them too whenever they feel a type of way.
I did enjoy that part. I did like watching the hurt on their faces. As Brendan said, I've been on 3 times. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan of the Deuce Mo podcast. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. Appreciate you both for coming on. And definitely hope to speak to you guys sometime soon because, I miss y'all.
Miss you too, man. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
thank
absolutely.
you guys.
Thank you all
Thanks
for coming
a bunch.
on. Love y'all. All right, that is Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, the everything of Sacramento Kings. Love both of those two. Glad to hear their voices. And you can, as we alluded to, but never really actually promoted, Brendan Nunez, Frankie Cardicelli, our Sacktown Sports insiders, as well as Matt George, incredible friend of the show, and also a big a member of me and Brendan's gaming circle as well. Join Deuce and Mo on their podcast, their most recent release. So definitely go check out our guys on over there. And I promise you will be a smarter Kings fan for it. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, which Kings rumor gets Brendan the most excited? We'll talk about that and more on the other side of the break. You're listening to Stiles and Watkins right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Boy, oh boy, if you are just getting into your car, if you're just turning on Sacktown Sports on YouTube, you done missed a lot. Let me tell you, you missed Boogie Ellis at 10:30. That was your first mistake. You should have been listening early. And then again, if you're just tuning in, you just missed Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan on these airwaves for the first time in about a year and a half. It's always great to hear from them. They've hopped on individually on shows, but to get them both together, you get the full experience. And I felt like for a minute I was sitting in this chair to my left and just watching them kind of do their thing. Like I said, I miss them tremendously and definitely wish them nothing but the best in their endeavors as they just absolutely kill everything that they do. And just love to see them continue to grow. Brandon Nunez, as we talk about continuing to grow, I think it's something Deuce mentioned in one of his answers, and also something we wanted to bring up And that's Keon Ellis and where he's at with everything right now in his development. Where do you kind of see Keon for this season? What direction do you think Keon needs to go?
Yeah, I think it's one of those interesting cases where Keon really came onto the scene in a way when it comes to the NBA. Obviously was doing well in the G League, a two-way guy in the year prior, or even coming into that year. Yeah. And got a little bit of run here and there, but last year solidified himself. And to the point where other teams will know who this guy is now. You can hear him getting talked about on national podcasts.
Crazy.
Like, people know who Keon Ellis is now. And so I think that while sure he's still going to be the fifth guy on the scouting report, he's not top of the list of defensive priorities for other teams. There will be aspects of, we know this guy likes to do this, this, and this, and take some tendencies away. So I do think that, you probably try to run him off the line. He really did not take that many layups last season, which it's not like that's what you're expecting him to do, but the typical thing that I think Kevin Huerter does better than Buddy Hield, the back cutting if they're trying to take away your three and things like that. So I think it's an interesting year, and I don't necessarily 100% expect linear growth from the year prior, because I think it could be a learning process of, okay, now I need
sophomore
a counter.
slump, right? Yeah, a little bit of it.
Potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And I think running him off the line is probably the thing that I would expect the most. I mean, it feels like Keon Ellis kind of unfairly gets that Thabo Cephalosha tag where people assume, oh, he's great at defense. He's kind of skinny and lanky and long. He probably can't shoot, but as Deuce said, as you stated, he's a 40% three-point shooter since he's been a pro in Stockton, in Sacramento.
It's legit.
Probably going to be the first thing that people say is, hey, let's make this kid put the ball on the deck and see if he's still effective and if he can still be, because it really is a balancing act of, and we've seen it with guys like Mo Harkless and so on and so forth. KZ Okpala is another one. Yes, the Kings need defense, and if you play defense, you very well can find yourself in the starting lineup. But if you're not hitting things offensively, we can't risk that in the name of just getting a little bit better, or maybe in the Keon's case, pretty significantly better. I guess it's just kind of a balancing act that they have to figure out and have to find.
Cleaning the glass, 27 attempts within 4 feet. For Keon last year.
Nothing.
Garbage time filter, but not much.
Nothing. That is absolutely nothing. That's probably less than 1 a game from Keon. And as we teased but didn't have the time for, Rate the Rumor is coming next. We will ask Brendan which rumors he thinks makes the Kings the best team possible. Coming up right here next on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Kevin Huerter plays here.
It's Huerter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Huerter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
rumor has it. I don't know what rumor has it. I just kind of wanted to start the segment with it because we are talking rumors. Rate the Rumor, a new segment debuting for one Brendan Nunez, and it's mainly because we haven't been able to do our version of the Kings Roundtable since the season ended. Just not enough stuff going on, frankly, to pull Brendan and Frankie away from their busy schedules. So I thought now would be a great time, as we kind of did with Deuce and Mo, to kind of get caught up on Brendan's thoughts on this offseason and some of the biggest recent rumors surrounding the Sacramento Kings. And, I feel like with the majority of teams this offseason, this segment probably couldn't be a full segment. It would probably be, 5 minutes, maybe 10, because there's one or two names. Brendan, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different rumors, and I believe 4 of them are directly attached to the Sacramento Kings. It is rumor central in Sacramento.
Money McNair special out here. They're making phone calls.
Bro, it's crazy. And I don't even have the Kyle Kuzmas. I don't have Brandon Ingram rumors. I don't have Lauri Markkanen rumors. These are all fresh and names that I think Kings fans could get excited about, but also might have some questions for. So definitely want to get your thoughts on things. And before we get into the rumors, there is I guess this is also a rumor. I'm not going to ask you to rate it, but saw this morning, and it definitely pertains to some of these rumors and maybe rumors stopping. This is from Evan Sittery. All signs are pointing towards Lauri Markkanen signing a new long-term contract with the Utah Jazz next week. Utah agreeing with Markkanen and renegotiating and extending will allow them to hit their required salary floor, which bumps his salary above $40 million in 24-25. Obviously, Lauri Markkanen, part of the allure of trading for Lauri is he's much like Kyle Kuzma, and he is on a really, really interesting, exciting contract if you're a team that's acquiring him. The Warriors also, this is again from Evan Sittery, the Warriors also haven't been close to offering what it would take for Utah to offload their superstar. So it seems like Utah has pivoted and is now going off of the trade market and could potentially go from seller to buyer overnight as they try to figure out what they are doing out there in Utah with all of those picks and with a star like Lauri Markkanen. Let's move on to the Kings-centric rumors. And Brendan, this one broke the other day. We had the guy who broke the rumor, Brett Siegel, on the show. He had some interesting things to say. You can go check out that interview, as well as the other interviews we did today over at Sacktown Sports YouTube channel. This is, again, from Brett Siegel. He says, quote, "In the Western Conference, the Sacramento Kings are another team that has registered interest in one Robert Williams III, sources said. The 6'9" center would provide immediate rebounding and defensive depth in a front court behind Domantas Sabonis. Sacramento ranked 14th in defensive rating and 13th in opponents' points per in the paint during 23-24 season, 2 areas that Williams would immediately provide a boost in." Brennan, on a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being the least exciting, 10 being the most exciting, and what you would say is the ultimate perfect fit, where are you putting the Robert Williams III rumor? And it should be noted, Brendan, at one point in his life, not now, but at one point in his life, was a Boston Celtics follower, we'll say. So he does have a little history with Robert Williams.
It is funny to me. I do remember when Rashawn was having his great year in Sacramento, having some conversations with Celtics guys and like really debating who's the better player. And just how far we've come in 3 years.
For both of them.
Yes, for both of them, for sure. And I do think Time Lord still has a little bit more a value. Do you know the origin of that nickname, by the way?
Yes,
so
I don't think
good.
a lot of people do, but you can go ahead and
late
tell
to
it.
a practice.
Yes. I think it was his press conference. I believe it was his intro press conference.
It was something, yes, it may have been his press conference.
It was something first. It was his first thing. Yes.
First impression, decided to do it. And I don't know exactly how we get Time Lord out of that. Obviously, I see the connection, but I would love to see who initially came up with that. But he has a lot of intrigue. There's obviously a decent amount of injury history. He's 26 years old.
That again.
Decent amount is definitely underselling it. Currently has what would be 2 years left on his deal. There's $12.4 million this year, 13.2 in 2025-26. Just, I don't know that you need more centers is really where we're at. It wouldn't surprise me if this potentially was something that they had a little bit more interested in prior to the Orlando Robinson signing. Not that,
I've completely forgotten about that. Let me tell you, I'm sorry.
Don't really blame you, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think Robert Williams clearly on another level than Orlando
for sure.
Robinson, but Alex Len just does the job fine. If you look at the on-off numbers, they're ridiculous actually
They're
last year
insane.
for Alex Len. It's definitely can be a little misleading. It's not like he's actually the best player on the floor like the on-off numbers may say, but that man goes out there and does his job. And I would imagine it would take obviously some sort of asset, potentially draft capital that we'd be talking about here from Portland's standpoint, unless you just feel like trading matching salary of Kevin Huerter. Even in that case, I'm not doing that if I'm the Kings. We talked about it with Deuce Mo. I think Kevin has even more value now to the Kings since DeMar has joined and you lose another shooter like Harrison. So we're going 1 to 10 here. How interested I am?
1 to 10. Yeah. How excited would it make you?
Lower is less interest, I take it,
Lower is
right?
less interest. Yep. 1 is just like, no, get this out of my face.
Yeah, it's like 3.
Really?
You know,
wow,
like,
I'm pretty surprised by that.
I like it. It's just the opportunity cost.
Sure.
I don't know that that's somebody that I feel like is in a position of need or anything like that. And, you know, like I feel fine about the center spot right now.
So 2-part question, and I'll keep them short. I know you said you wouldn't do the Kevin or anything like that. What do you think is realistically what Robert Williams' value return is? And B, I mean, you kind of stated it there, but let's just say Robert Williams does end up on the Kings. You think that you would play? Well, let's not even do you. Do you think that I guess Mike Brown would put Robert Williams over Alex Len? Because you're right. Alex had an amazing season, and this is now 2 years in a row where he has been their breaking case of emergency, and he has thrived when playing. So how many more times can you string this guy along and say, yeah, like we know you'll be there when we need you?
I think he's kind of a more idealized in his current form JaVale McGee. Actually, okay. You know, the lob threat with Malik would be very
You're
real
saying Robert
right
Williams,
away. Yes, Robert Williams. So I do think he's better than Alex Len when he's healthy and when he's actually moving right. There's okay passing in there too, a little bit for Robert Williams. Obviously great rim protection. I think that lob threat is really everything though. And so I think that he would play as that backup 5, but again, I don't know how much I want to put into the backup of one of your star players when we're talking about 13 minutes a night. You already have guys that can kind of fill that role. So, you know, like I said, maybe if we were talking Kevin, maybe you're talking, hate to do it to you, Trey Lyles, for example, but I would rather have both of those guys when it comes to the current roster construction. Like talent-wise, Robert Williams is probably better than Trey Lyles, for example. I would probably put Kevin Huerter above him. But, you know, it's just,
the risk
I would bet that he would play over Alex Len, but you have clear other needs on the roster rather than going and getting your 4th center.
Right. And he still is, especially if his knees don't allow him to leap the same way. He's definitely undersized at that center spot. So if he's not the rim protector he was previously, then to your point, you're kind of getting damaged goods at that point. Let's move on to Dorian Finney-Smith, who is a name that I think I have Cam Johnson on this list, but I think Cam's a little bit more well-known and well talked about. So let's move on to Dorian Finney-Smith, who I think kind of flies under the radar as a target. I think he's clearly a little bit less exciting than Cam Johnson. However, I do think if you are looking for somebody who is just there to play a role, and as we already have concerns about, is DeMar going to take too many shots away from player X and player Y, or just in general, how's the fit going to be? I think Dorian Finney-Smith is probably the easiest. Hey, you kind of know what kind of guy you are in this league, and I don't know how many toes you're really going to be stepping on in terms of what you bring. This is from Dan Favell of Bleacher Report. He writes, adding another forward must take precedent in Sacramento after stacking their backcourt deck. Team president Monty McNair should be hawking the Huerter contract plus picks special. Attaching distant second rounders should at least warrant a callback from the Nets on the Finney-Smith front. They can hold out for the first round compensation, but it's not guaranteed. Finney-Smith is entering the final year of his contract with a player option in 25-26 and shooting just 33% from threes through his 94 games in Brooklyn. Sacramento need not concern itself with Dorian Finney-Smith's ebbs and flows from beyond the arc. This is again from Dan Favell of Bleacher Report. He writes, his accuracy will come up playing besides at least 2 of DeMar, Monk, Fox, and Sabonis at all times. And while he's not earning any all defensive considerations, he still hangs with 3s, 4s, and maybe even some 2s. This is from an article in which Dan lays out 5 trade ideas to blow up the 24-25 season, and he proposes Kevin Huerter, a 28 second-round pick, and a 29 second-round pick for one Dorian Finney-Smith. So how does Dorian Finney-Smith do for you, and what would you give up for Dorian Finney-Smith? What do you feel like is fair value for a guy like that?
Yeah, I actually feel like that's fine value. You know, I was asking around.
As well. Whoever you're throwing over there, you give Jordy.
Fair enough. Yeah, so see how Jordy feels about these guys, I guess.
Exactly.
But, you know, he's 30 years old, which is fine, but we've seen him be around other stars and focal points of an offense, specifically, obviously, talking about Luka Doncic, and I think he fit amazingly in that offense. And I kind of asked around about him a little bit with some people that cover Brooklyn and mainly just having conversations, not too much, you know, source stuff or anything like that. But a big point that he had was that Dorian played amazing when Simmons was on the roster, when Simmons was playing well, which obviously doesn't happen that much.
A long time ago,
But he used that example of Domas being kind of similar. And De'Aaron's ability to get downhill and set guys up. So sometimes you can look at, 34.8%. From three last year. It's 33% the year prior if you combine the Dallas and Brooklyn times. And those sometimes don't look great, but he's still right now. You have Keegan Murray going to be guarding LeBron James, going to be guarding Kawhi Leonard, and he's better on guards. We've seen him go out there on Steph. That's where he got his defensive confidence. So I think there's good stuff. And the one thing I will read here from the Nets guy, I had conversation here around the time of the draft where he was thinking like the 13th overall pick, by the way, for this type of guy, which, I'm not sure about that one, but says he is still a very good and versatile defender. He's not really a shooter in the pure sense. Like, he can make shots if left open. He's best if he's no worse than your second worst spacer. I think he's a great fit next to Sabonis, playmaking at the hub, actually improved driving closeouts a lot this year, has a little bit off the bounce game left. Still one of the better Kawhi, KD, LeBron big wing defenders.
Wow. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what the Kings need, is somebody who can kind of match up on those kind of guys, because like you said, I think Keegan is definitely developing on the defensive end, but perfectly said by you. He's really excelled guarding guards. And I think, he obviously talked about how guarding De'Aaron all summer helped him get confidence in that realm, but it's a completely different game when you're dealing versus speed and strength. And that's a lot of the issue when you're going against the Paul Georges, the Kawhis, the LeBrons of the world. I just don't know how well Keegan Murray can physically match up with those kind of guys by no fault of his own. It's just those guys are kind of freaks, and you need somebody who kind of specializes in guarding those kind of guys. We have one more rumor for Brendan, which, by the way, can you just give me a number? Just how do you feel if Dorian Finney-Smith ends up on the Kings?
Because that's like a 7. I really like Dorian.
That's a good one, because I think
Dorian,
a lot
7,
he flies under the radar. I think a lot of fans would be not excited just because he's not a very big name. But we have one more rumor for you on the other side of the break, and we'll get into that. It's a really exciting name. Me and Alan talked about it earlier in this week, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say. And then we're going to play some audio from one Shams Charania, who talks about the DeMar DeRozan signing. Is DeMar overpaid, underpaid, or properly paid? We'll talk about that next right here. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
It's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie, plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Hey. Nate, I was just telling Brendan that Brendan told me that I put him onto this song, and I was like, Nate definitely put me on.
I was not aware of your game.
But Big X the plug, right?
Yes, yeah.
Big X the plug. Yeah.
I try to keep fresh music in with old music in this on this show. I jump all around. Yeah, just no country. I'm not a country guy.
Yeah,
I'm right.
Sorry, Brendan.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I heard Brendan singing along to kids.
I did happen to know like every song that came on. I wouldn't say I'm a big country guy, but I grew up on it, I guess.
Oh, there you go. Well,
big country.
We have to, big country. You're like, who's that guy?
Bryant Reeves?
Frankie.
Yes,
Bryant Reeves.
Or
Frankie the Cowboy.
Frankie.
Yeah.
This one's also for you, Nate. This is from some guy named Joe Jarrows.
Okay.
Never heard of him. He says, no offense, but I didn't think Nate would qualify for the Olympics. Sorry, Nate. Nate, you didn't get to answer this question. J. Ross asked us all if we could do one, and I'll also extend it to Brendan, I guess, as well, if he has to. I guess. If you had to do one Olympic sport, if we gave you the 4-year clearance and said, Nate, we will make sure your food, your housing, everything's taken care of. We just want you to prepare for the LA Olympics. Which event do you think you can get to a non-embarrassing level at?
So summer is
Summer Olympics, yeah.
Dang.
I guess. I mean,
yeah,
we can maybe cheat and do winter if you want, if you're more inclined to do winter. But
I think
winter's lame.
This is in regard to the picture we have on our YouTube that's been up. Yeah. It's kind of masterminded by Simone. She just
it's incredible.
She fed me the names and who to mix it with, and I'm like, okay, that'd be cool.
Let me get this for the radio
so
listeners.
I guess I'll just put it up too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have.
Yeah.
I don't even know who I am.
Yeah, Brendan. I think you're Carlos Alcaraz.
Okay.
I have a list in the email.
That would be great.
But real quick, if I could do, I think I would do snowboarding.
Oh, okay.
I like to snowboard.
Is it like excuse my ignorance, like for the Olympics, is it a half pipe that they do for snowboarding?
So.
Like, or some sort of run? I mean, I don't know.
I'm not saying I could do it or do it now, but that's the one that comes off the top of my head.
That would
maybe
be the easiest transition for you.
I think it's biathlon, the skiing. I've never skied, but I figure I could skiing and shooting. Oh, with the with the Brendan,
sounds like John Wick.
No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Cross country skiing.
And you have a rifle on your back, and you shoot. And I just figured that would be cool.
Skiing and shooting. It is a biathlon.
Biathlon. There it is. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You've never heard of this?
No.
Yeah.
Why are those two things associated at all?
It's dangerous, and that's kind of why
is
I
it
like it.
Oh yeah, I was skiing and then I saw a bear. It's dangerous. I don't know, Brendan. We give you 4 years to get ready for an Olympic event. What are you doing?
Probably the high jump.
Oh really?
I'm like that. I'm like that.
Really?
No, not really. Not really. Yeah, I can jump
okay.
Have,
like,
I can jump okay. Yeah. I did.
Right?
I like messed with it a little in high school.
Okay, really?
Just mess around in high jump.
Just to the point of like in PE. I'm not saying that I was out here on the team.
Okay. So if you want tryouts or something,
dude, I have no clue. Like,
Brendan, you are Carlos Alcaraz, though.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, and then I mean. Dave's Daniel Tice. I think my favorite in that one is Dave.
The Daniel Tice one is crazy.
Jason's is nuts too. I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I don't either. But yeah, you did way too good of a job merging Jason's face. I didn't even recognize Verlaud. I was like trying to figure out.
Yeah, he looks like Michael Phelps.
He looks like Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm super confused. I was like, who is that? I thought it was Kyle for a second. And yeah it ended up being Verlad. The whitey one is honestly the one that looks the realest in terms of it looks like you didn't touch it up at all.
Yeah.
Draper LeBron is also good. It
Just
kind
a
of looks
classic.
like a meme face.
He also he looks like baffled in that picture.
Yeah, he
too.
looks concerned. He looks very concerned, like he's having a Paul Pierce moment, if you know what I mean. Jay Johnson looks just like
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of scary. I will say the merge of me and Steph took me a second to understand
horrific.
It was Steph. It is very horrific.
I'm so sorry, but that was Simone's fault.
It's scary.
Yeah,
that is very scary.
Alan,
what's your favorite player though?
I don't know. Alan looks pretty
Alan
legit.
looks normal. It's just the hair is insane, and that's not his fault.
My biggest beefs are
Your Luka's pretty good.
Yeah,
And Simone
Luka's not that fat
is
here.
incredible.
Yeah, Simone's is on point. My
Frankie-
problem. Emil looks too cool as Nigel Houston.
He does look.
He looks
really
way
cool.
too cool.
He looks sick. I can't lie.
and
That guy, get that guy away from your girlfriend.
Yeah, and I
for
don't
sure.
like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Frankie as Bryson DeChambeau also works incredibly well.
too on the nose.
Yeah, a little bit too on the nose. So
They-
if you can't see that, go check it out right now at Sacktown Sports 11.
Anyways,
YouTube. Yeah,
I might go 3v3 ball. I really don't know what else to
you
pick.
can make it. Let me tell you, you can make it.
This isn't the top of the top out here.
No, it's definitely not. No, I have
Not that
no
I would
doubt.
really.
We've played pickup before. You're very physical unnecessarily, so I think you could probably make it. And you could probably play better defense than Jimmer because it's crazy that I've seen on 3-on-3 they attack Jimmer on defense. It's kind of crazy.
Did he get hurt? Because I saw a very suspect video of him in a trainer.
Oh,
is his groin?
He definitely
If you're
got
listening
hurt. and
you haven't seen that, look up Jimmer getting. I guess Jimmer getting like PT on the sideline.
He's getting something.
Yeah.
He's getting worked on. That's for sure.
He points and
it's a rough look.
He's screaming.
It's a rough look. I know
video.
Jimmer's very, very wholesome. He probably wasn't super psyched about that video getting out. But,
Neither was his wife, I bet.
I'm sure. Hey, man, I'm Whitney Fredette. I miss Whitney Fredette a lot. That's all I'll say on the subject. Anyways, getting back to rate the rumor before things get too far off the rail. And let's kind of this. I will lie. This rumor is by far the most off the rail thing, just because, especially now, again, with the Lauri Markkanen report, Lauri Markkanen, Evan Siddery says will sign a new contract long-term with the Utah Jazz, saying the Warriors haven't come close to offering what it would take to get him. However, this is a Lauri Markkanen Warriors rumor that we are going to talk about before this news broke the other day or earlier this week. Bleacher Report had a 3-team trade proposal that sent Lauri Markkanen to the Golden State Warriors and sent Moses Moody, Kevon Looney, Guy Santos, Kevin Huerter, Colby Jones, 2 first-round picks, two first-round picks, one being the Warriors, one being the Kings, 2 first-round swaps, one being the Warriors, one being the Kings, and a second-round draft pick to Utah. And again, the Warriors get Lauri Markkanen. That entire haul goes to Utah. And Brendan, what I want to ask you, how excited does this rumor make you? The Sacramento Kings in this hypothetical 3-team trade get one Jonathan Kuminga, which is not a name that I have even remotely considered the Kings being in on, him even being available for the Kings to get. Of course, he's been talked about a lot in the Lauri Markkanen trade, but it doesn't seem like that is going to happen. The write-up says Kuminga may want $25 to $35 million starting salary, but that's up to the Kings to negotiate. Sacramento could compromise or let Kuminga go into restricted free agency in 25, which is what I would do. Knowing that the team has leverage in negotiations as a player, he represents an athletic forward who can make up for some of Domantas Sabonis's defensive deficiencies, not to diminish that the All-Star and his abilities. The combination of forwards, Keegan Murray and Kuminga, with De'Aaron, DeRozan, Malik, and Sabonis is a potent 6. Outgoing players like Huerter and Jones may not hurt the Kings as much as the draft compensation, but this may be the best. That is from Eric Pincus of Bleacher Report. Brendan, what do you think of that rumor?
I think we're deep in the offseason.
You're deep.
we are deep in the weeds here. And I think that Eric does great work. He does a lot of great cap-related stuff as well. Yeah, definitely a big fan of Eric. Kuminga, I just don't know, man. I don't know, man. Going into restricted free agency and a guy that seemingly wants to get a big paycheck, as he should. He there's a lot of optimism around his future, and I think for good reason. There's a lot of skills that are valuable there defensively, the athleticism. I mean, imagining that guy in the open court with two guys with 44-inch verticals, Devin Carter, Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox up there, Domas running the break, Keegan going to the corner. Like, it's easy to see how that would work, or cutting off Sabonis. The shooting, I don't know, 34.1% in his career, 32.1% last year, 37 the year prior from three. I'm not comfortable saying he's a good three-point shooter, but also don't know for sure that he's a bad one necessarily. Yeah. It's a fairly low volume that we're talking about there, but like I've been told before that he wants to be Paul George. And if you're not that, and you're trying to be, that can be an issue sometimes. And we're talking about DeMar potentially taking things away from Keegan.
Right.
Kuminga's one where I would not even question it. I'm like, that's going to happen a little bit. And so I could see the value. I see why, the timeline's encouraging, but he also just does not seem like a Kings guy, like a Monty McNair guy in the slightest, where you know what you know with the guy. He still has a lot of question marks and hypothetical potential, even if you see the flashes and there's reasons to believe. I think it would make more sense for him to go to Utah. And also in that deal, like, I'm pretty sure Utah wants Kuminga. You know what I mean? Which makes it a little bit of a weird dynamic
Moses
to
Moody,
me.
Kevon Looney, Kevin Hurd,
maybe
Colby
both.
Jones.
Which, by the way, Guy Santos might be a deal breaker because that man's going to be a Golden State Warrior for the rest of his life.
Sure
Him and we talked about this the other way.
Lester
Quinones.
Come on now.
So I don't know. I could get behind it if they were to do it. I would be shocked if that's a direction that they went in. I think the fit questions have me concerned, and you'd be running into financial questions very soon when it came to him. So 1 to 10.
That's a 1 for me.
Yeah, like it's probably Robert Williams level. Would I say 2, 3, somewhere in there? Yeah, probably a 3 because the talent's obvious,
right?
But
the
very
fit is.
questionable.
I mean, that's the one where I'm legitimately wanting to ask about fit because my whole argument was essentially just, I mean, he's a scorer with the Warriors, but we have questions on the pecking order right now in terms of scoring for the Kings as it is, and I don't know where Kuminga would fall in a theoretical lineup with those guys. And especially, I mean, he seems like the kind of guy who, like you said, I mean, he wants to be Paul George, but I don't know if that's actually what his skill set is. So it seems to me like he needs to figure a lot of things out personally about the kind of player that he actually is and what he can bring to a team. And like you said, I think a place like Utah is probably a much better landing spot for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. We're not going to have enough time to get to that Shams audio. We might have some time to play it later. So we might talk a little bit later about whether DeMar DeRozan is underpaid, properly paid, or overpaid. But instead, next, I was looking for content here, and over at ESPN.com, they asked their insiders what they said is the most pressing questions about Team USA's journey to gold. So I figured we would ask ours as well. We're going to talk a little Team USA, and if Brendan thinks that LeBron James and crew can bring home the gold, and if not, who will be their toughest competition? We get into that next right here. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With autopay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness. But money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness. Or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Kyle Draper. Equip your staff with top-notch uniforms, professionally cleaned and delivered weekly to your workplace by Alsco Uniforms, proud sponsors of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. Our services include uniforms, towels, floor mats, mops, first aid supplies, and restroom essentials to uphold cleanliness and safety standards in your business. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, visit alsco.com.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports. Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Sacktown Sports, Stiles and Watkins. For those just tuning in, welcome to your lunch break, hopefully. And, oh man, this guy. I am joined by this guy, Brandon Nunez. He's filling in for, I guess, Alan Stiles, but he's sitting in my seat. So, Alan is holding down the mornings for this week, for this coming week that will be with Dave and Jason. And I think Whitey's even going to be out next week as well. So kind of shuffling things around a bit, and happy to have Brendan here with us, and happy to have all of you listening in to us, to Stiles and Watkins. Definitely going to have some fun here as we talk a little bit of Team USA basketball. And it's been an interesting summer for the Americans as they hosted, I think, 5 showcase games. A couple of them were a bit scarier than others. Of course, the narrow 1-point victory over South Sudan kind of took the nation, you can actually properly say, took the nation by storm, as people were starting to wonder, hey, I know we have a bunch of stars out here, but is that really the best way for us to bring home a gold? And it's kind of the age-old question of how much talent is too much talent, and do you need role players like a Derek White, like a Drew Holiday, to kind of round out all the stars and have guys do the dirty work? And questions like that, that's way above my pay grade, and that's why we have Brandon Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider and just ball knower in general. Since Deuce is no longer at the station, I think it's fair that we can bestow the basketball mind moniker onto one Brandon Nunez. So
sure.
Let's go in to some Team USA talk. And by the way, Jess is wondering on the chat, did Nate make that banner? Yes, he did. He definitely made that banner with help from Simone, who knows all things Olympics, and that was a collab. That was a Nate Simone special there.
I was just part of the assembly line.
Yeah,
like
exactly,
Simone put the pieces, and then I went, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yep.
There could be a little bit more detail involved. We might spruce it up.
Ain't no one got time for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
It's okay. It looks way
it sounds
too.
like Nate might have time for that.
Way
I'm
too
a
good
producer.
already.
Oh,
it's the problem.
Thank you.
I think it already looks too good. I don't need you actually making nightmare fuel. But we appreciate it. It's
pretty horrific.
It is.
I hate seeing myself on Luca. I hate it.
It's so good.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. You can check that out over at Sacktown Sports YouTube page right now. But let's get into some of this Team USA talk. Brendan, starting with the first question, and it's kind of the biggest, and excuse me if you don't have the Olympic roster fully ready at the top of your head, but
got it right in front of me. Actually.
Beautiful. That works even better. The Team USA starting lineup in 6th man should be blank. Who is your most ideal starting 5 and 6th man off the bench for this Team USA squad? They've brought out a couple different options. It's mainly been a stay of LeBron and Steph at the point. Joel started, I believe, all of the showcase games. He didn't play at all the other day against South Sudan. What is your ideal starting 5? And give me a 6th man as well for this Team USA squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the 3 obvious ones you have to go with are Steph Curry, LeBron James, and I would put Kevin Durant. I know that Kevin has not been starting, and that's partially because coming back from injury a little bit. He looked fine.
He looks incredible
against Serbia. He started broken. 7 for 7 or something. And it's just ridiculous. I saw somebody highlighting a full court inbound pass from Braun to KD where he practically threw him open, turnaround fadeaway, knocks it down, 7th of 7 makes. Ridiculous out there. Yeah. So you take those, and you need a big. I'd go Anthony Davis. Yeah. I think Anthony Davis looks extremely good alongside other star players also. He gets to focus more on the defensive end of the floor. There's sometimes he's the best defensive player, it looks like, in these games.
Yeah,
obviously, Wemby, Gobert, but like AD is really up there. So if we're talking so far, Steph Curry, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis. Final spot. I'm a little tempted to go Derek White, Drew Holiday, because
it's why they're on the roster.
It is why they're there, to just fill that, So, like, who's
be
guarding
Keon Ellis, right? In
exactly,
theory,
but
obviously
in
a higher
version,
level, for sure.
Who is the one guarding the opposing point guard right now?
Right.
You play Canada. Who's guarding Shea? And the answer should
that.
Probably be Drew or Derek White.
Yeah.
And I would probably go Drew Holiday. I think that Devin Booker has a good case here for sure. Anthony Edwards actually probably I'm gonna go Anthony Edwards because he can play the defense too.
Sure.
Booker buys into that end more than he has in years prior, obviously, and it's a little easier on Team USA when you have less offensive responsibilities. But for first 5, I'll go Steph, Ant, Braun, KD, Anthony Davis.
Wow.
Little sickening. There's two Lakers,
insane.
but that's fine.
crazy.
That's ridiculous. And then 6-man, I'll go Devin Booker.
I like that.
I think
Yeah,
that Devin Booker is a really well-rounded player. You know, we compare him to De'Aaron Fox and how he's viewed a lot differently now than he was when obviously they weren't winning games, but you see that it translates, that he can do all of it. Like I said, bought into the defensive end a bit more. Last game against South Sudan, leads the team in assists with 6 of them. He can pass the ball really well. So I think you could even slot him into that starting 2 spot, but I like what Ant brings, and there's a seniority thing that goes on with Team USA, obviously.
A lot of politics.
For sure. And the greatness of this is that you can be situational.
Absolutely.
If you're not playing Canada and instead you're against South Sudan, you don't need that great perimeter defender out there. Yeah, or the Joel situation, which he's a little of a weird case to me because he might be the best player on the team at times, but he just doesn't seem great for international basketball necessarily. But what do you think of those 5 with Booker as my 6?
I love that. That's probably exactly where I would go, to be honest with you. I think Anthony Edwards is a great shout. You almost convinced me there with the Drew Holiday thing. I do think everything that you said is spot on. But you also were spot on in saying Anthony Edwards can do that and more as well. And I think, you know, the only reason why I might lean, and I would probably still go Ant, but I might lean a little bit towards Drew, is I don't want to say lack of ego, but again, like Anthony Edwards, regardless of, you know, I do think he is a team player 100%. And I don't think his comments at the start of this saying like, oh yeah, they should run through me was him being serious, but it's more just, he might get a little starting to feel himself. And I just think you want to keep everything in a box, make sure everybody knows their role. And Drew Holiday's the ultimate professional. I don't know why you wouldn't reward a guy like Drew. And it just makes all the sense in the world. Has there been a biggest surprise to you so far in the play? It doesn't have to be just in the group play. It could just be the South Sudan even being remotely close, because frankly, there shouldn't be a world in which that game's close. What has been your biggest surprise so far?
It definitely stood out to me how well Bam played in that game, for what it's worth.
That's
Bam,
right. Yeah,
Bam seems
threes,
like
right?
the like, I hate to be that guy. I mean, it's not a diss. You're on the Team USA team here, but he's probably the last guy that I'm really looking at on the team, and
absolutely.
maybe Tyrese in there as well.
The last person I'm looking at.
Right, fair enough. But I think that he's an interesting fit in just the centers as a whole, because again, Joel Embiid is the best player of Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis, and Joel Embiid, and AD on his best days is right up there as well. But the style of play I thought would work a lot smoother than what it has up to this point. And there was a lot of questions floating around of like, did they give this dude a promise because he decided to come to Team USA? But then he plays 0 minutes against South Sudan, which almost seems like an overcorrection. And you were just saying, I felt bad for doing that to Tatum. And then you're doing it over here, which I didn't think you should have felt bad in the first place, but whatever. So I would say like the center situation and how that's going is interesting to me. And also just watching LeBron James be the best player on the floor still is ridiculous. I can't even tell you how old this man is at this point. He gets older every year. And there's a whole lot of years of service. And for him to still be out there orchestrating everything and just doesn't look like he's missed a beat at all. International play, just bully ball through guys, doing whatever he wants. Over time, I used to always really despise when the Celtics went against LeBron James as a younger fan. I specifically remember the years of being like, this man just killed my dreams.
Son Paul Pierce.
And okay, relax. And you know, that's the truth. Okay, first of all. But over time, and this has happened last handful of years, I've grown to really appreciate the greatness of LeBron James. And this is just one of those moments where I feel like you can't help but do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then real quick, before we get out of here, who do you think is the biggest threat to the U.S.'s gold medal quest? We saw them pretty handily take out Serbia in the group stage. That probably would have been one of my answers, but do you think it's Canada? Is Greece potentially a team that concerns you? Is it Germany, the team that won the World Cup? Who's the team that you think is the biggest threat to take away the Team US's gold?
I think it's Canada one, but I would say the 3 that I really look at are, you mentioned 2 of them, Canada, Germany, and then I would throw France in there. France has a good roster. And the thing with these other teams is that they, and Team USA has talked about this, these other teams, they've grown up playing together. The level of chemistry that exists with these guys is on another level. So I think obviously the length that France has, and no 3-second rule, defensive three in the key. Like, can you imagine? I wouldn't even want to play. I'm like, can we not do this?
Just
you
run a
know?
3-2 zone.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Germany with the Wagner brothers. Dennis Schroeder is
Daniel Tice too. Carmichael Dave. Come on.
Carmichael Dave. Dennis Schroeder is like the equivalent of Patty Mills playing for Australia.
Yeah.
Whenever Schroeder plays for Germany, he absolutely balls
like Jimmy
out. I
Butler
think he
in the
won the
playoffs. It's
MVP.
just like, who is this guy?
On another level. So I think those, and then Canada obviously just stacked. SGA could be the best player on the floor for a game. And I guess Wemby's the other one that you could really look at it like that. But for the most part, those are the ones that stand out to me. And it's going to be about playing together. You know, if Team USA gets the other team's going on a little bit of a run and some people try to play hero ball a little bit too much, that's where things could go south. So definitely a lot of good competition. But I would say that France, Germany, and Canada are the three that I would look at, with Canada at the top.
Completely agree with you 100%. And I think you're spot on in saying that this thing doesn't really start until they get a close game and an actual elimination circumstance, because that's when things are going to get tight. And like you said, that's when people can start playing hero ball. They can start putting on the Captain America suit and say, oh my gosh, this is my Olympic Mellow moment, where everyone's going to remember that me, Anthony Davis, me, Devin Booker, saved Team USA from the clutch of defeat and saved the gold. And that's kind of why, like we said, you need guys like Drew Holiday, you need guys like Derek White, who understand just fully, like, I'm not LeBron James, and I should probably defer to him. And I do think that could potentially be Team USA's demise, but more than likely they'll roll through everybody, and this will just be a moot point that we it just ends up being a talking point.
Funnily enough, Jaylen Brown may have been the answer at the starting two, but
it would have been something. He's somebody who can really do a little bit of everything. He brings some athleticism, he brings some defense. Yeah, that Celtics situation, that Celtics locker room is going to be really interesting when Derek White and Drew Holiday have more claim to a gold medal than Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, who's just watching at home with the rest of us. Is De'Aaron Fox really a worse point guard than Tyrese Maxey, Tyrese Halliburton, and Ja Morant? Well, we don't think so, but Hoops Hype has a list that suggests otherwise. We talk about that next, right here on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Brendan says that, and I wasn't paying attention during the break. Apology, but Brendan says that you got bullied into changing the banner. Is that true?
You were standing on the ground in the chat, and then you changed it.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I had a poll last week, so recently I'm trying to add a little bit more flair.
Why not?
Can we announce this now? Like, it's official.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, all right, it's official. Styles isn't here, but I'm the full-time producer of this show.
There we go.
Like, this hasn't been a formality. There's some hoops that need to jump.
Yeah.
going forward. I do this show on Saturday that'll need to be transitioned. So
I can't have you not on that.
Yeah, so I can't do 6 days a week, all this stuff.
Right.
But I'm, gonna be the third guy here. I'm behind the glass. They got their third wheel. Yeah, big whatever.
More graphics.
So what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to add a little more flair to the show going forward, right? And these banners in the breaks, because we just have our silly our logo with the with that
Super
matches
silly.
the audio. Yeah, it's just kind of nothing. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna throw some stuff together.
Yeah.
Try to, have a little more entertaining.
Something to look at.
Yeah, just anything really. So what I did was last week I took a poll, I took a vote. Do you guys want me to keep this? Do you not want me to? This is about 60-40. So anything 50-50 or above, I'm gonna keep it.
Okay.
I kind of like that people don't, it was a slow day. It was only our loyal people who were here every day. Our guys. It wasn't on a huge day or anything like that. No A's news, nothing like that. So we're gonna roll with it. But Brendan, we were talking about just every banner in general. So it wasn't just the Olympic one. I have a rotation of a few.
Yeah.
So the Olympic one will pop back up. I just don't want to use the same one every single break.
Fair enough.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I just wanted to make sure you weren't getting bullied.
Short story
I like
story
the flair.
long.
I like the flair. Yeah.
You're good.
Long story short, you're a silly goose.
Oh, that's
silly Billy.
I don't even
back
think
there.
that needs
Come
to be
on.
said. Man. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Stop. I'm out. I quit.
Yeah, me and Nate
What
have
do
a
I need
whole back
context
and-
here
It was
for?
just we just talked about how we hate being called
Brendan,
buddy.
I
It's
think-
like the most condescending thing you could ever be called.
I think we've talked to you about this. Like when someone who's your age or younger or like in that
2 to
group,
3 years older than
Hey,
you. and
bud.
just, hey bud.
Yeah.
Hey buddy.
so disrespectful.
Yeah, I know they don't mean it to be, but it
I feel like
comes,
sometimes-
it
I had a
just
couple
comes
people
off
come
as
to
like,
mind,
hey, what's
yeah.
up, youngster?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
It's
man,
like, whoa.
what are we
Hey,
doing
brother.
here? I'm not in high school.
And then you have to say something and be the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
Hey,
like,
can you
all right.
please not call me that. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, whoa.
I'm not your buddy,
Jerk.
pal.
Yeah.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
Not your
Not
pal,
guy,
buddy.
friend.
Mhm.
Anyway, moving on to this top 30 point guards of the 2024-25 season ranked by Hoops Hype. This is going to really rile up the crowd, I can tell, especially with it. First and foremost, again, De'Aaron Fox is not number one on this list, which I guess isn't a surprise to anybody, but it may come as a surprise to you, some of the names in front of him, and we'll go through them. And Brendan, just stop when you have any thoughts. It doesn't necessarily have to be a disagreement, but just if you want to spend some time on this player and we can talk it through. Number one on the, and this is already, I might stop us at number one here. Number one on the best point guards in the NBA for the 24-25 season. Number one, Luka Doncic. Is he a point guard? Should we just call him a point guard? He obviously has the ball in his hands more than not just point guards, but literally everybody in NBA history. His usage percentage is dumb. It's broken.
Yeah.
So do we just call him a point guard?
I mean, I think the issue is that these terms are outdated at this point.
Completely.
There's
Right.
just like an initiator.
Yes, absolutely.
Because
Ball
Kyrie
handler,
is kind of
yes.
more the two guard in a way if you're looking at what
Right.
skills they provide.
Yes.
But
Kyrie
if
is
you
also
define it on the
this list as
defense,
well, so.
right? Which, yeah,
What are we
I
doing?
guess you could have two, but I
Positionless
think it's
basketball, man,
fine.
with
But
X
then
ahead
it
of it.
starts the conversation of, well, should LeBron James be on the
That's what I'm
list?
saying.
And
Yes.
so I think it kind of opens a can of worms
Yeah,
in
we
a
just
way
don't need
for
to do
sure. But I don't know. I don't mind it, but it's a complicated conversation.
He's incredibly talented. I have no problem with him being number one on any list, but just him as a point guard to me has always been a bit confusing.
Like, is Domas a point guard? Is Draymond a point guard? Like, kind of.
These are
but
questions.
not really.
These are all valid questions. Yeah, we could go all day on it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, number two. That's obviously a massive leap after his previous season. I mean, Shai was absolutely incredible. Was second in the NBA in steals per game. Of course, De'Aaron kind of snuck in behind him and stole that crown. 30 points per game for Shai last year. Shot it at 53%. And I remember last season in the first Beam Team year, we were talking about a lot, not just De'Aaron's efficiency, but specifically his efficiency at the rim was like up there with Rudy Gobert and Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah,
and
I think it was like just under 70%.
It's guys who just dunk it, essentially. And De'Aaron Fox is out here taking crazy layups. I bring all that up to say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just as good, and if not better than De'Aaron Fox at that.
Yeah.
And like, it's kind of crazy. And I feel like especially during last season, I know it went from Ja versus De'Aaron to felt like last season, it kind of went to Shai versus De'Aaron. I just kind of feel like that's not a conversation. I think Shai is at a different level after last season, and that's no disrespect to De'Aaron. I just think Shea is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, for a lot of last year, I tried standing on
that
these guys are actually very similar. And it's just a difference of SGA plays in a 5-out offense, where he is asked to go score the ball every single time.
Right.
We saw De'Aaron average 30 for the first couple months, which obviously consistency is a big part of how good you are as a player.
Talk
and I
that
think
with Deuce Mason.
And I think he's on point with that's where De'Aaron takes that next step. But I don't know. SGA is a little different. And they were right there with steals. De'Aaron joked at one point that, all my steals are on ball, and he wasn't talking about SGA. Wasn't talking, he not directly, but read between the lines. Maybe that's what we're talking about here. So I don't know. SGA does deserve his respect and deserves to be ranked above De'Aaron right now. I'm waiting to hear the name Steph Curry, though.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if we're even going to be able to get through this list because we're only on number 3, and I also have some thoughts on number 3, but it's okay. We can try and blow through if we need to. I'll skip through this guy, but Jalen Brunson being number 3.
Stop it.
I just think that's a little bit premature. That's kind of crazy that Jalen Brunson's number 3. And at number 4 is really where you're going to get me pretty close to a 10 here. We're going to take a break right here before we get into the rest of this list. Again, this is the top 30 NBA point guards. We're not going to get to all 30. We'll probably only get to 10 of them. But this number 4 spot that we're about to get into right now is really where this conversation takes a leap. And I'm going to need this short break here in order to kind of recoup myself. So please stay with us. We'll get into the rest of this list on the other side. You're listening to Stiles and Watkins right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hey, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got an unbeatable lineup of shows that you won't want to miss. It's Brett Young and Chase Rice at Thunder Valley on August 3rd. Plus, Jason Mraz and the Super Band will be rocking Thunder Valley on August 9th. Then head out of the heat to higher elevation for the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. And here's your Live Nation lineup. On August 4th, don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then, on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And on September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Rounding out this rockin' lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival from September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. For information and tickets, visit grapefestival.com. And then stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture, when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate clubhead speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
We'll get into the rest of this top 10 point guard list in a second. But me and Brendan have the Olympics on in here. Stiles and Watkins, Brendan Nunez filling in for Alan Stiles, who's filling in on the mornings, who's filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, who are also out with Whitey Gleason. Jason and Whitey are both going to be in Hawaii next week. We will be here in these seats, so fun for us. But we're watching the 10,000 meter final in the Olympics. The track events have officially started. I think I saw somebody shot putting as well, so it seems like it's track and field that have gone underway. No, I didn't say who won. I just said they're going on. Brendan,
I'll tell you who's winning.
You were telling me how exactly long is the 10,000 meter final?
Apparently, this is 6.2 miles. And what do we see? World record was
27 minutes.
27 minutes.
27 minutes.
That's
to run
ridiculous.
6.2 miles.
It's
absolutely
ridiculous.
Insane. There's 2 Americans, I believe, in this heat. In first and second is Ethiopia. I believe in third and fourth is Uganda. And then you have an American right now tied for fourth. And I believe there's a Frenchman in there as well, and a Canadian. So, hopefully U.S. can get on the medal stand for this one as the track events are officially underway. And it feels like that's really when the Olympics start to go to another level. So I can't wait.
Obviously got to really pace yourself in this. We were looking at it. There was a French guy that got out to a decent lead at first. And I'm like, well, I'm probably not betting on that guy. It's insane to see 21 laps to go. Can you imagine? You get around, you're like, okay, 21 more.
Right. I just don't even know how you pace yourself. Is it like, are you worried if you're in the back at this point? Is it good you're in the yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, is there like drifting? Is there wind that we need to consider here?
It has to be, right? Where it's a little bit easier to stride or something. I don't know. These distance events definitely not.
The last lap's going to go crazy.
It's going to be insane. I really hope they just like all out sprint in the last, at least the last 100 or something like that. So can't wait for the end of this race. It'll probably be happening at the end of the show. So
I did cross country 1 year in middle school.
Really?
There's a reason it was only one of the 2 years. That's not my speed.
Never understood.
I could run in sports if I have an objective and I have something on my mind. I'm doing it for this purpose.
I can play basketball for 3 straight hours.
For sure.
Yeah, if we're just doing pickup, I can play basketball
for sure.
all day.
And I'm a coast to coast guy. Like I can keep my legs moving a little bit there. Yeah. Straight running just for the sake of running. You lost me.
Yeah,
you lost me.
I think our high school, in my high school, they had like team shirts that said "Our sport is your punishment," which they took it as a compliment. But I was like, yeah, why would you enjoy?
That's a weird flex.
Yeah. The weirdest of flexes. I never understood it. I get that you have to kind of embrace it, but never understood the distance running. Definitely not built for me. Also not built for me because this guy is not built like that, and that's number 4 on this top 10 point guard list. I mean, you've been asking for Steph Curry, and frankly, Steph Curry would make me less upset because Tyrese Halliburton is listed as the 4th best point guard in the NBA right now, right behind Jalen Brunson as well. And again, I'm just going to continue to say Tyrese Halliburton.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
What is happening here? I mean, De'Aaron Fox is a better point guard right now than Tyrese Halliburton. Sure, you can maybe say that, for sure as a natural point guard, if you want to say, playmaking and all that stuff, Tyrese definitely fits the mold of a more natural point guard. But as an individual player, I think De'Aaron Fox is just a better player today than Tyrese Halliburton. You can say whatever you want about the future and where he might be at some point, but I just can't see De'Aaron Fox having the postseason that Tyrese had in a positive way. I think De'Aaron Fox would have to be there and have to show up every single night for his team. And Tyrese kind of just didn't do that every single night. And I'm just a little bit I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm a little surprised to see Tyrese at number 4.
3 and 4 are wild and very different to me of Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Halliburton, because I see Tyrese up there and I'm like, okay, well, maybe we're valuing like traditional point guard play and the playmaking, where obviously Tyrese is one of the best in the league when it comes to playmaking. But scoring is a huge aspect of point guards nowadays, and that's obviously Jalen Brunson's skill set. You know, not that neither guy can do the other thing, but if we're talking their primary strengths here, that's where we're at. And we're at the point where these guys being listed, and I still think there's others that would probably be above their tier. But when it comes down to it, there's a big tier of guys. And I think that De'Aaron belongs in the tier with Jalen Brunson, with Tyrese Halliburton. I think he's better than Tyrese right now, like you're saying. Future, you want to make that argument? That's fine, and I don't blame you at all. There are still a lot of scoring questions when it comes to Tyrese. Like
aggressive.
Pascal Siakam, probably best player on that team.
I would say so.
Last year, you know, and people might say the same thing about Domas. I don't really think that's true. More important could be a different argument.
Absolutely.
But I think that De'Aaron's the best player on the Kings. I think he's going to go crazy this year. I know I've said this a couple times. It's a contract year. And I think that we're going to see it on both ends of the floor. And if you're talking defense, I like how, you know, full circle here. I'm sitting here talking about Tyrese Halliburton's defense.
Wow.
But De'Aaron is an extremally good defender that he proved last year. We've seen flashes, and that's becoming more consistent. Tyrese isn't really there. Off ball, to De'Aaron's point, off ball, Tyrese is a good defender. On ball, they're still trying to hunt that guy. And that should count for a lot in my mind. I would put De'Aaron over Tyrese, but he's too high in the first place, and so is Brunson.
Yes, and too low on this list, and even I could admit it, as the graphic would state. I am one with Wardell Stephen Curry, and Wardell Stephen Curry falls at number 5 on this list, which is just absolutely shocking. You know, I think it's pretty obvious why we would say that Steph should be higher than this.
Who was number 2 again?
Number 2 was
Luka.
It was Luka and then Shea.
Okay. Shea's fine. I mean, Steph belongs.
You could say
3.
passing of the guard and have it be no pun intended, and have it be Shea at 2 and have Steph at 3. But I even think that there still is a world where you make that argument that Steph is still number 2, if not number 1,
for sure. And even Jalen Brunson, Tyrese, like Kyrie Irving belongs somewhere in here as well.
We'll get to him at some point.
Kyrie's probably better than Tyrese right now. Maybe not Brunson.
You're not going to be happy with this list then. As we move on to number 6, as you mentioned, Tyrese, and you're not talking about this one, but Tyrese Maxey falls at number 6 on this list. Obviously had quite a, I guess you could say, another breakout season if you can win most improved player 3 different times, which nobody has. But Tyrese Maxey is definitely somebody who is on the rise. But again, at number 6 and higher than De'Aaron Fox, I just don't know. And I'll merge these two guys because I do think it's a similar conversation. Ja Morant at number 7 as well. Still, again, higher than De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I think Morant is better than Maxey right now. But again, you're going back to the future thing. And Maxey can go get you buckets. He is fairly similar to De'Aaron, actually. I think the shooting's obviously better. But when you talk about fastest guys in the league, like Maxey's the other one that really feels like he can compete for that. And it's not just being fast, it's utilizing it, obviously. And I think that both those guys are good at that. I would still take the playmaking that De'Aaron has. And again, the defense, I feel like that's getting a little bit overlooked here. And I know the Kings are looked at as a bad defense. I think they finished 14th in the league last year. And I'm one that still has questions on how real that is. But he led the league in steals, which isn't a tell-all for defense. But to his point, there's a lot of discipline that came with his steals as well. It's not like he's just reaching for everything. So I think that De'Aaron is better than Maxey. And the other one was Ja.
That's the classic
they're neck
debate.
and neck.
Yeah, that's a
they're
classic.
neck and neck. The same way that the new one is SGA, and SGA separated himself. But you're right. Since he hasn't played last year, and we're projecting a little bit here, I would put De'Aaron over him, but I'm not going to mind anybody that puts Ja over him.
Yeah, it's totally fine, especially when it's a nationally written article. Like, what are we doing? Like, Ja Morant is clearly the more exciting player. Definitely gets the clicks going for sure. That you would really, really have to be invested in your ball knowledge to I think have De'Aaron Fox over Ja Morant without being here in Sacramento and seeing what De'Aaron brings every game. And the final person that is in front of De'Aaron Fox, and this this is just crazy now, especially if we're talking about recent performances. Damian Lillard is at number 8. I'm not saying Dame doesn't belong on this list at all, especially not in the top 10. I think he still is. I think he definitely had a down season and didn't quite show what he's capable of doing. Let's not forget he was traded, I think, a week before training camp even started. He talked about how he wasn't able to really get into proper basketball shape because he had to make sure he was going to remain healthy through the offseason so he could be traded. Damian Lillard coming in at number 8, just as I will reveal, 1 spot ahead of De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron's number 9. Do you have problems with Damian Lillard being number 8 on this list? More specifically, I guess, ahead of Fox. But
yeah, I mean, after last year, it feels unfair to do that, but it's still Damian Lillard.
It sure is. I was just watching a highlight reel of him cooking Denver in 2021 when there's no fans, and he's ridiculous. He's the only thing that's close to Steph Curry. Only thing, yeah.
And there's a lot that comes with that. And last year, moving from Portland and off the court stuff that I'm sure was an adjustment there as well, whether personal, basketball wise, whatever it may be. I do think Dame is going to bounce back in a big way. He has a year under his belt of getting adjusted to this new team. But again, like, are we projecting here, or are we talking about who has shown that they were the best as of last year?
Right.
And obviously there's a little bit of an aspect of both, but
be consistent. Because if you're gonna put so much weight for Jalen Brunson and Shea,
yes,
how are you not gonna put De'Aaron Fox's weight above that? And again, De'Aaron falls at number 9 on this list. At number 10, behind De'Aaron Fox, Trae Young. At number 11, the guy you were waiting to hear about, Kyrie Irving, number 11 on this list. You have Jamal Murray at number 12, Cade Cunningham. Again, are we considering Cade a point guard? At number 13, LaMelo Ball at 14. This is incredibly insulting. I don't care how bad of a season you thought it was. James Harden at number 15.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What are we doing? I mean, I hate to take Alan's segment, but what are we doing here? Come on. So again, they do the top 30 on Hoops Hype. We just went through the top 15. You have Luka Doncic at number 1. You have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at number 2. Jalen Brunson at number 3. Tyrese Halliburton at 4. Steph Curry at 5. Tyrese Maxey at 6. Ja at 7. 8, Damian Lillard. Number 9, De'Aaron Fox. Number 10, Trae Young. 11, Kyrie. 12, Jamal Murray. 13, Cade Cunningham. 14, LaMelo Ball. 15, James Harden. Brendan, if you can remember that list, where do you feel like De'Aaron belongs?
I think what it comes to for me is that there's 3 above the rest, right? If you go Luka, I would still go Steph Curry, I would go SGA.
Yeah.
And then after that, there's probably even 5 more names that we didn't mention, a DeJounte Murray, or on the right day, help me out, Cleveland.
Darius Garland.
Thank you, Darius Garland. Like, there's still
Darius
a
Garland's
lot of
17 on this list.
Yep.
DeJounte's 19.
Yeah, there's still more names that, as you can go down this list, that I think they kind of all belong in the same tier.
Yeah,
really.
No, for sure.
And on any given year, they could be the top. So best case scenario, I think after the end of next year, we can talk about De'Aaron being top 5. But I think more likely than not, probably around like that 7 range is what I would think is realistic. I'd move Steph up. I'd probably put Kyrie near him as well when it comes to De'Aaron. And, you know, I don't mind the Tyrese's being in the conversation, but I think that right now De'Aaron should be ranked higher.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think you kind of put it perfectly. I think that there's a top 3, and I think it's the best of the rest. And I don't see how you don't have De'Aaron at least towards the top of that best of the rest category. And, maybe after this year, he'll kind of separate himself. And, of course, when you don't make the playoffs, I think it takes a lot of eyeballs off of you, and people who don't watch the team just get to kind of create narratives. And I think De'Aaron Fox, some might say, yeah, like he maybe we don't believe in his defense a lot. Maybe if he was so good, how didn't he propel the Kings in the same way Jalen Brunson did? You could see how definitely people who aren't paying attention to this thing on a day in, day out basis could let their minds go to pretty crazy places. And pretty crazy as well, we have a Bleacher Report article talking about who in the NBA has the best assets, and they rank them from 1 to 30. Where do the Sacramento Kings fall compared to the other teams across the league, and how might that affect them potentially going out and getting that final piece to the puzzle that they are looking for? We talk about that next right here. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento
Here's
Kings.
a steal by Fox. The breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Stiles and Watkins. Again, no Alan Stiles. He's holding it down in the morning time for Dave and Jason as they're on vacay. And, like I mentioned at the top of the last segment, me and Brendan are watching the Olympics. And, the track events have started. It is the 10,000 10,000 meter final. 7 laps to go. And, it's getting to the point where they're starting to get close to lapping people. So
some of these guys look like they're in pain. This USA guy right here looks like he is struggling back here. This is a tough one.
Got a bit of a horse face where, his teeth are out. He's, you can really tell.
Muted TVs, but I can hear him breathing for sure. Quick question for you. On the other screen over here, we got volleyball going on, which, by the way, USA is in full red and looks like Canada.
Is that what it
here.
is? I definitely thought it was Canada.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
No, that's USA. My question, if you had to build a team of NBA players.
Oh my gosh, great question.
Could you give me 6 NBA players for a volleyball team?
Yeah.
Or just throw out some names, maybe not 6 that you think would kill it.
Wemby and Gobert, I think, for sure.
True.
Don't even have to jump. Only good front row. That's the problem. Is I don't know how they do an Olympic volleyball. Like I don't know if at this level if they do sub people out as they enter the front and back row. But those guys would be great. But I'm looking for just universal. Like I'm looking for you can just stay out there the whole time. My first guess is Anthony Edwards. I mean,
Yeah.
I just trust that guy to do quite literally anything that requires any sort of athleticism. I feel like he could probably spike the ball with the bottom of his shoe. So I'm going Ant.
I feel like Derek Jones Jr. is like a low-key one.
Sure, yeah,
You
he
know?
can fly for
Yeah.
sure, definitely. I think that's anybody who's got hops for sure, absolutely. And I mean, if you're in the NBA, you obviously fit a certain height requirement as well.
Best king?
Fox.
De'Aaron's probably
Fox?
a good shout.
I feel like Devin Carter might be up there.
He could be. He would probably be a really good libero. He could be the guy who just digs everything out of the ground and dives for loose balls and things like that.
What's the word? You're really
a
out
libero?
here. A libero.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's the person. That's like the defensive specialist who
Gotcha.
stays in the back row and yeah, it's kind of like your best passer.
Oh, you're out here. Maybe you need to be out there.
I play volleyball in high school. I play it in rec league. It's volleyball is probably, I would say, the most fun sport. You can have the most fun playing volleyball, especially if you're winning.
Especially if you're winning.
Dude, if you're just like spiking it left and right,
Yeah.
like there is no better feel. It's like probably the equivalent of hitting a home run. Like
Right.
if you really just cock that thing back and smack it right into the floor, like there is nothing better than a perfectly timed spike. And yeah, that's why I'm going Anthony Edwards.
Fair enough.
With my pick. And Russell Westbrook's always a good shout. I would always think like I would have these similar questions for soccer. Like if US were more like just about every other country in the world and your first priority as a youth is soccer and you stay with that the rest of your life, like can you imagine LeBron James in goal or at striker or Russell Westbrook's athleticism at goalie or as defender or anything like that?
I bet you it's not USA,
scary.
but Kings related. Leandro Barbosa, we've seen him like kick around a basketball a little bit, messing around. That man could cook.
One of the
for
fastest
sure.
players in NBA history.
The blur,
too. He
the Brazilian
probably
blur.
could have been a sick winger, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I definitely that's a really good shout. And the Kings probably don't have a lot of guys, I would think, for soccer or volleyball or anything like that. Some of the other big sports, even baseball. I don't know. I know Keegan said he was pretty decent at baseball at one point, but I don't really think we have a lot of dual athlete guys. We kind of are, as it's been stated, we do kind of lack a top tier athleticism to a certain extent. So definitely an interesting topic for sure, and kind of something that I'm slightly obsessed with is just these guys playing other sports and what potentially that might look like. Would Russell Westbrook, would Ja Morant, oh my gosh, like would Ja Morant have just been the world's best volleyball player ever?
Right.
No way we'll ever find out, but I just think it's really intriguing because again, almost like 3-on-3, you look at these guys and you're like, I'm pretty sure we have better athletes out here in the States, but I mean, we're just so consumed with football. I mean, we lose so many people to just the systems of football and baseball and, definitely basketball as well to an extent. So
last thing I'm going to throw in here,
What's
the
up?
USA guy in this 100-meter final looks like he's even more pain and has
He's like now
slowed
kind
down
of
a
like
little bit.
leaping, like
Yeah,
jumping
yeah.
from side to side.
Yeah.
We got a guy in fourth up there. He looks like he's breathing pretty well. Someone just turned around. That's usually never a good sign. 2 laps to go in the final for the 10,000 meter sprint. I guess it's not a sprint at that point. I wonder at what point,
You're running it in 25, 26 minutes. It
What
might
percent do you think they feel like they're running right now is definitely interesting. If they ever really feel like they're giving their 100% sprint, I would be fascinated to know. Moving on here to something that I would say is less exciting than the Olympics, and that's getting in the weeds and talking about assets. Who's got the best assets in the NBA?
It's important.
It's very important as we see and as we talk about, hey, if the Kings are going to go and make this Lauri Markkanen deal, it better be the right deal because that's kind of all you have. And we're not in a situation like OKC or frankly like a team like Utah where they have all the assets in the world and they can trade whatever they want. Spoiler alert, again, the Kings are not number one on this list. We probably won't even get close to number one on this list. But the number one best assets in the NBA, according to Bleacher Report, are the 2 teams that I just listed. OKC is listed at number 1 with just an absolute slew of picks. And also number 2 is the Utah Jazz for their haul from trading Rudy Gobert and also trading Donovan Mitchell as well. Number 3 is the Houston Rockets. Number 4 is the San Antonio Spurs, which the Kings contributed to this past offseason. And at number 6 is the Golden State Warriors. Funny enough, that one is definitely more about the players than the picks themselves as the 10,000 enters the final lap, and they do start to kind of sprint up a little bit.
Definitely. Can I say something real quick
Please
on
do.
OKC?
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody hated when these guys were tanking.
Yes,
because it was very obvious.
Very blatant, the most blatant. Maybe
Like,
more blatant
Trading
than
for
the
Al
process.
Horford and deciding, hey, bro, you don't even need to show up.
No,
even though
exactly.
you'd actually be a great vet for
100%.
our team.
Yep.
It's worked. And it's worked really well as the 100
new Olympic record.
10,000 meter.
26 minutes. 6 miles in 26 minutes.
It looked like a couple guys might have broken that record.
That's insane.
Yeah, pretty wild. But I hate to be that guy. Tanking works.
It sure does.
The process, it worked.
Yep.
That took longer.
Yep.
It was a process.
Yep.
But OKC, it's worked.
Yes.
Utah is doing the same thing now. They decided we're going to reset our timeline, and now they're sitting there, well-deserved, top 2 best assets.
Yeah, absolutely. It completely works, and you know, it's what makes it so frustrating that it didn't work for the Kings, and I think it's because that key word you use, tanking. The Kings never intentionally tanked, and I think that was the frustration for a lot of the 16-year playoff drought was they kept trying, and it was like, well, at some point here, can we just lean into it? And if we're going to suck, let's be the best at sucking. And they never, ever wanted to fall into that direction. And you could argue that it definitely is the reason why the Kings, yes, they're a much improved team, but you don't see them with the kind of roster. I don't know where they ended up falling, but like the Pelicans. I mean, that's a team where they just have they have Trey Murphy just chilling in the wings. You get Herb Jones out of nowhere. They didn't really even play Jordan Hawkins this year. They have Zion and Brandon Ingram. And CJ McCollum, not to mention, and now DeJounte Murray. It's just it's a different level, and that's why the Kings on this list of the best assets in the NBA are listed at number 19, which, you know, I guess you're not in the bottom 10, which is one way of looking at it, but you are a bit in the middle there. It lists the notable players in terms of assets as Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and Trey Lyles. First and foremost, do you agree that player-wise, and this is, I guess, excluding Devin Carter, do you believe that those are the best assets, non-De'Aaron, I think it's kind of taking out the really big swings.
Yeah, I think that I would probably I might put Keon Ellis over Trey Lyles.
I think so too, especially with that contract.
You know,
right?
Yeah, and it for sure the contract has a lot to do with it. He's on a great deal, and that's the type of deal that I always say, like, you know, front office guys just love that type of stuff.
They love it.
When you get deals like that, when you get Lou Dort,
that's the kind of stuff that they talk about at GM summits.
Yes,
yeah,
where we're seeing Max
Christie. Did you see that Keon Ellis deal?
Right,
oh,
exactly,
my gosh.
100%. Or like, you know, this is what they're trying to do with Max Christie.
Yeah,
where you're like,
sure.
it seems like a lot, but we're going to pay him 4 years out in advance,
Right.
and this could end up looking great in 2 years. I forget who else. Somebody else just signed a similar deal recently for another team. So I would probably go Keon ahead of Trey, and if Devin Carter's in there, I think he's the second best asset ahead of Kevin Huerter as well. But also that first asset is untouchable, essentially.
Yeah,
So,
Keegan's not moving unless it's for a really, really big piece. The notable picks that they list is 2026 through 2030 first. So, of course, the Kings don't have their 2031 first-round pick anymore. That going over to the San Antonio Spurs and the Harrison Barnes / DeMar DeRozan sign and trade. The write-up here for the Sacramento Kings being 19th on the list of NBA best assets, making Domantas. Oh, here we go. We're diving right into it with this one. This is, again, Bleacher Report, not me saying this. Making Domantas Sabonis available would shoot the Sacramento Kings up this list, but it doesn't look or feel like any of the members of their core will be moving anytime soon. Even the first name listed above, Keegan Murray, seems like he'll be hard for the Kings to move on for the foreseeable future. So we're mostly looking at Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, and those picks, one of which will be gone in either 25 or 26, depending on the protections. As a floor spacer, Huerter could bring some value to teams of need that need a little bit more outside shooting, but he's sort of plateaued over the last couple years. And like Indiana, their picks will probably be in the middle of the first round for the foreseeable future. And that's the part that as well, when the Kings are talking about trading future first round picks, it's crazy. It's a blessing and a curse. But I think at one point, Kings future, like that 2031 future first round pick that the San Antonio Spurs hold, that's kind of gold. Like, you really can't get better than getting a 7-year in advance pick for a team that is just coming off 2 years ago, a 16-year playoff drought. about as good of a bet as you can make. So definitely a good point there, but also in the meantime,
it's a compliment.
It's going to be a middling pick.
Right.
And so that's going to have lesser value.
Yeah. And I think that was part of the conversation of Lauri Markkanen with the Warriors. Like, Warrior picks are more appealing than Kings picks right now.
Yeah.
And what a time to be alive.
It's incredible
out here. It's just a crazy statement. And I didn't think we would reach that point so quickly. But every giant falls, I guess. And I think that it's a compliment to the Kings that their picks are not viewed as they're going to be great down the line or anything like that. It speaks to the confidence that other general managers seem to have in Monty McNair and the team that they're building, and that there's longevity here.
Yeah.
This is a fairly young group that could continue to grow together and at very least still be around, worst case, what they were last year, in my mind, barring some big changes. Like they mentioned a Domantas Sabonis thing. And for what it's worth, I heard OKC really liked Domantas Sabonis. And that could be a thing they tried to do this offseason from OKC's standpoint, not Sacramento's, obviously. And then you see him go get a passing big like Hartenstein. I'm like, okay, that probably makes sense. So if you really wanted to get a little freaky like that, I guess you could. But I would not expect them to do so. And I think it's actually a compliment pick-wise, but certainly not that many guys to throw out there that really are drawing too much attention.
For sure. Absolutely. Sam, we see you on the line. We'll get to you at the top of the hour. But coming up next, NBA scouts and execs are sleeping on Kings rookie Devin Carter. We'll talk more about that as well. Coming up right here on Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GIFT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GIFT.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sacktown Sports.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
That's right. Last hour of the program, last hour of the week for me. Brendan Nunez joining me, filling in for Alan Stiles, who filled in on the morning show this morning and will be filling in for the entirety of next week. I will be right here in this seat the entirety of next week as well. Brendan will be joining me next Thursday and Friday, and I think we're finalizing who's going to be with me on Monday through Wednesday. So definitely don't want to miss out next week on hearing some new voices.
Jim Rome.
For that. Oh yeah, we're going back to the jungle. Yeah,
what
we're going back to the? Isn't that what he calls his stuff?
Yeah,
the jungle, right?
I think we got Stephen A's guy too, who just quit.
Skip.
Skip.
Yeah, I think I saw today is Skip Bayless's official last day at Fox Sports. Not sad at all about it. I was never a fan of Skip, and I'm not going to miss Skip at all. And I think him and Stephen A contributed to the downfall of sports talk radio, and I don't apologize for that at all, because they just honestly made sports television a joke these days. So
tell us how you really feel.
That's not even the start of it, to be honest with you.
I could
wish
tell.
I could get a little bit more spicy, but yeah, that's where I'll leave it with the lizard man known as Skip Bayless. Got nothing good to say about him. Hopefully Sam has some good things to say about Kevin Huerter. Sam, how are you doing?
I'm doing good today, guys. So anyway, I want to start by saying I think that the Kings fleeced Toronto when we got DeRozan, if he lives up to his billing, by just giving away Harrison Barnes and a couple other people. I think we came way up on that trade. But what I want to say about Huerter is I think he's become much more valuable, because right now he can fill in at the guards if he needs to be. He can go down if DeRozan needs a breather. Huerter is a great fill-in down there. And he can also slip into a Keegan Murray spot if necessary. He's big enough and quick enough, and he's got some defense. He can't be there all the time. But I think Huerter has made himself into a three-way player. And I'm going to tout him for sixth man of the year.
Wow. How about that from Sam? Big words. Sixth man of the year. Just in general, Brendan, I mean, you can take that wherever you want, but I'll ask you from Sam's point there. How do you feel like Kevin Huerter does fit in as kind of your utility man to an extent? I mean, he is a bit of a bigger guard. He's listed, I believe, at 6'7". And you look at him, you stand next to him. He looks like he's a bigger body for sure. I think, not to speak for you, but I think part of the problem with him is defensively, he doesn't really guard like a 6'7" guy. He kind of doesn't guard at all. But where do you feel about Kevin Huerter's versatility positionally? Do you think he can play the 2 and the 3, or do you feel like he's kind of pigeonholed at that 2?
Yeah, I think it's definitely both. Mike Brown says all the time, their 1 to 4 are the same thing. I don't really think the positions matter all that much. It's just about making sure that you're able to match up with the other side.
Right,
so,
exactly.
You know, Kevin defensively is often the guy. Last year, we saw it get to a point where the first play of every game was the other team putting Kevin in an action and going straight at him.
Usually
and it was like, wow, this is really obvious right now. But, you know, that's his shortcomings, but also at the same time, there's not exactly guys to help cover those flaws. But I agree with what Sam is saying, that I do think Kevin has become more valuable post DeRozan trade. I think we talked about it a little bit with Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, but the spacing becomes that much more important. There were 5 guys last year that shot at least 4 threes for the Kings.
Wow.
One of them is gone in Harrison Barnes. And then you got Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox. And I do think De'Aaron Fox's 3-point attempts number will go down this year, as that was just sort of a learning process of sorts, or just ways to continue growing in that aspect from his standpoint. But the spacing that he brings, the size that he has, does have some value. You rise up, and it's a lot harder to contest a guy that's 6'7" than somebody that's over there 6'3". It was the whole thing with the Pelicans last year, right? So I do think there's value there. I still think there will be moments where he could potentially get played off the floor. I would probably, if I had to guess today, think that the starting lineup would probably include Kevin Huerter still next to DeMar DeRozan.
We can talk about that later.
But I think obviously Keon Ellis is the other prime candidate there in that aspect. And to the 6 man of the year point, can you imagine how Malik would feel?
Oh my God, that's incredible. Oh my goodness.
Another year of being a runner-up, and this time your own teammate takes it. I'd be heated if I was Malik. And Malik's not quiet about winning that award.
No, not at all. Yeah, that would definitely be entertaining. I'm sure Malik would. Malik would definitely have some words about that. I'm almost now rooting for it because I do kind of want to see that happen. Manny Too Legit on the Sack Chat here says, sleeping on Devin, that guy about to not even play for almost the whole next season. LOL. Well, I'm telling you right now, that shouldn't matter with these questions that ESPN.com's Jonathan Gavoni and Jeremy Wu, the two leading draft experts for ESPN.com, they pulled 20 NBA execs and scouts and asked them for their predictions on this incoming rookie class. And Brendan, I just want to get your answers for these questions as well. There's not too many of them, but just semi-rapid fire. You can definitely give some thoughts on it if you have anything extensive. Who will have the better NBA career if you had to put money on it right now? Zachary Risachet or Alex Sarr? Which of the two do you feel more confident in? I think Alex Sarr definitely had a rougher summer league, but there's also some moments in there for Risachet where I think, you kind of see, this is not your typical number one pick.
Yeah, I would say Risachet. I think, I'm just going to bet on the wing more than the center. And I think that maybe the NBA, I feel like sometimes I'm guilty of what the NBA might also be guilty of buying into wings just more than other positions. But it's also a big that we're talking about with Sarr, even if you want to kind of call him a forward. I would probably go Risachet, but it's fairly close. And the fact that I'm up in the air says a lot about the top of this draft.
No, for sure. They don't think it's close. You have 15 execs and scouts voting for Risachet. Only 5 voted for Alex Sarr in that one. Which rookie will prove to be the best, the draft's best pick? This is again where I say we're starting to get a little disrespectful for Devin Carter, who isn't listed as one of those for which rookie will prove to be the draft's best pick. Devin Carter, of course, taken at number 13. I would think that's a prime spot to say, oh yeah, he definitely outkicked that coverage. He definitely looked like a better than 13th overall pick. The options in which, or not the options, but the answers in which these scouts and GMs gave or execs gave, Reed Shepherd got 7 votes. Donovan Clingan got 3. Stephon Castle got 2. Dalton Connect got 2. Bub Carrington got 2 as well. Nikola Topic. So again, I'm just joking here, Manny, but that's what I'm talking about when I say disrespect. Nikola Topic ain't playing this season at all. He tore his ACL. He's not playing this year, and they still have him included on this list. He gets 1 vote. Rob Dillingham gets a vote, as well as Zachary Risachet gets a vote, and one voter for some reason decided not to answer. So do you have any problems, A, with Devin Carter not being included on this list, and B, Reed Shepherd clearing away the leader with 7 votes?
I thought that Devin Carter could have gotten a selection there or just a shout, but I think the fact that he fell to 12 or fell to 13, people voting here might have been the other 12 guys that passed on him.
Good point.
So I would have gone, and not just because it's number 1, I would have gone Reed Shepherd. Obviously, he's played really well in Summer League.
Great.
The shooting is ridiculous, and I think that what he brings to that Houston team that needs to still figure out a backcourt partner. I know that Jalen Green's there, and I'm interested about him still, but I think Reed Shepherd next to Amen Thompson is a pretty good backcourt there.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on to the biggest reach of the draft, Ron Holland got 4 votes. AJ Johnson, who I'm very unfulfamiliar with. Clearly he must have gone early because I've never heard of him. There you go.
NBL.
Yeah. Sounds like a reach to me. So he gets 4 votes. Tajon Salon, sorry, Alan, cover your ears, gets 3 votes. Rob Dillingham gets 2. Zach Edey gets 2. Alex Sarr gets 2. Risachet gets 1. And Pacome Dadier. I don't know what DAD IET. Good luck with that one. He gets a vote as well. Which rookie will turn out to be the biggest draft steal? Again, Devin Carter not included on this one. Bub Carrington, Khalil Ware, Terrence Shannon Jr., Matas Buzelis, Kyle Flipkowski, Dalton Connect, Jared McCain, Jamal Sheed, and Cam Spencer all getting votes. Not a single vote in there for Devin Carter. Who was your rookie of the year pick? 7 for Reed Shepard, 4 for Zach Edey, 3 for Stephon Castle, 2 for Donovan Clingan, and Reese Ashe, Holland Connect, and Tristan De Silva all split 1 vote. It kind of makes sense why Devin's not included on that one. I'll ask you this one real quick, Brendan. Was the league's first 2-day draft a success in your eyes?
I don't know. It was fine.
That's the right answer.
I don't really care, to be honest. Like,
I would say no.
I would rather them be on the
success.
same day because it's a lot easier to stay watching than to tune in again for 31 to 60.
Especially for a less exciting pool of players.
For sure.
Absolutely. And this one's not, I don't even know why they asked this question. Brendan, who will be the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft class? You had 16 votes for Cooper Flagg, 2 votes for Rutgers' Dylan Harper. You had 1 vote for Ace Bailey of Rutgers, and you had 1 vote for VJ Edgecombe from Baylor. So no surprise there that Cooper Flagg is the number 1 option to be the number 1 pick next year. So definitely some interesting stuff there. Again, I will say Devin Carter definitely got left on the cutting room floor there. That feels a little bit disrespectful to me. Coming up next, we're going to talk about DeMar DeRozan's departure from the Bulls, which has led them in disarray, complete disarray. And there's a quote from a Bulls team exec here, an anonymous one. And you'll find out why he wanted to be anonymous, because this quote, it's one of the more damning quotes you're ever going to hear about an athlete, especially coming from their team. You're listening to Stiles and Watkins right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Yeah, I think I get it. I think I get why Alan gets so mad at Nate. Just I see him munching on wings back there. And Alan has this. I think it's a bit. I really, honestly can't tell if he's seriously.
Alan brings stinky lunches.
The timing on that was great.
I'm just watching Nate just emotionless, just click the button.
Yep.
It's incredible. Yeah. But shout out Nate. Nate's done fantastic today. helped us get through some bumps in the road here that we've had. Boogie Ellis, for those who didn't hear earlier, we had Boogie Ellis join the show at 10:30. We initially had some phone issues, some connection issues with him. Nate handled that like an absolute pro. So really appreciate he's held the follow through and everything. Nate killed it on that. You can go check out that Boogie Ellis interview. I'm sure it's already clipped up on Sacktown Sports 1140 YouTube page. You can also check out when me and Brendan earlier today talked with Deuce, Mason, and Morgan Reagan. Yes, both of them, not just one. Yes, actually, it is two. Deuce and Mo joined us at 11 o'clock, and that was just a great conversation. Like I said, miss talking with those two, and they always gave some great insight on the Sacramento Kings. Again, you can check out that full interview over on Sacktown Sports 1140 YouTube page. And I guess for a minute here, Brendan, while we are talking about the YouTube setup and everything, I know you have quite a big hand in all that stuff. And again, I feel like we haven't peeled back the curtain in about a couple hours. You've been here for what, about 6 months or so?
September, actually.
Really?
So longer.
Hasn't really been since September? My goodness. Well, I was going to ask you, just kind of how you feel about things, but I feel like that can also get dangerous because I don't want to put you in a situation where it's coded and it's like, this place is awesome. I love my job so much. But
my
just in
coworkers
general,
share food. It's great. It's great. No complaints.
Just in general, I mean, how have you enjoyed your time at Sacktown Sports? And I mean, obviously getting to cover the Kings full time and all that has been better than expected. Have you done more than you thought, less than you thought? Just what have been your overall thoughts on working full time in sports media?
Yeah, definitely. Not to be cheesy, but a little bit of a dream come true.
For sure.
Kind of made a full-time job out of this eventually, and very blessed to have that be the case. And it would help if the Kings continued their upward climb, and not to be that guy, but direct correlation there, I will say. So it's all been good. Definitely cannot complain until they asked me to do this show with you. Everything was good.
Yeah, I know. That's on me. That's my bad. I shouldn't have requested you. I figured like it was selfish of me to do so, but I really honestly didn't think about your feelings at all. And I appreciate you on a Friday. I know you're leaving town pretty much immediately after the show is over. So I definitely appreciate you coming in. And I'm not going to lie, it's going to be kind of boring this weekend when I'm just gaming by myself and I don't have anyone to talk trash to or anything.
You can
like
actually
that.
hang out with your girlfriend one of these days.
You know, she's not liking me much these days.
Yeah.
It's just, it's
overrated.
Yeah. What, girlfriends are overrated?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get in trouble. Like I said, she's already not throwing with me, but
no comment.
I'm deeply in love, bro.
Aren't we all?
Bro, did I tell you? I don't think I told you. I'm going to Disney World in 2 weeks with her.
No way.
Yeah. I don't think I've told you guys. I'm out for a week in the middle of August.
Great.
Yeah.
That's awesome,
Got a bunch
Nate.
of announcements
Join the freaking
today.
list of people who aren't working here anymore. That's great, Nate. Awesome. No, honestly, seriously, I'm a big Disney guy. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
you ever
what
been
I'm
to
telling
Disney
you.
World?
Never.
We
got just like incredible deals. We saved for like 5 months.
Yeah, that's how you have to.
Dude, the round trip flight, $165 each.
What?
Crazy on American, not on Spirit.
Yeah, that's
and then we're staying with Kayla's family out there.
You're not great. You're doing it right then.
Yeah.
You're gonna do Universal as well.
We just don't have time. We can't even do all the parks at Disneyland.
I hear
we're only
there's
doing
like
3
5 different ones over there. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Nice.
Any recommendations? Send my way a text. Anything for Disney World or Orlando in general. I want to go to Gatorland and see. There's like a place filled with gators. Yeah. And so if you got any recommendations, I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, for sure. You got to try Gator out there. I'm sure they have like some obscure food. It's Florida, so I'm sure you can definitely find some interesting stuff over there. Well, that's awesome, Nate. That's cool. It's gonna suck to not have you here, but that's great that you're getting vacation. Maybe when you come back, you can tell me what it's like to go on vacation sometime.
Yeah.
I would love to know.
I will let you know as soon as I get back.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Let's get into.
I see how this bud is condescending.
It's terrible, dude.
No, but
it's
the
so
way
bad.
you're really leaning into it.
That's
I know that's
how
the
people
point,
do it. I swear.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Every time it comes out with some vitriol. I swear. Speaking of vitriol, by the way, things are not chill out in Chi-Town. I don't know what's going on. Well, it's never really been super chill out there, but this is just on a different level. These are fighting words from an anonymous team source with the Chicago Bulls. This is about Zach LaVine. This is a direct quote. Quote, he's never won. He's done it in his way the whole way, and he's never won, a team source told ESPN. If he's interested in winning, he'll do what's asked of him. And if he's motivated to not be here, one way is to be compliant and be who he is. Just an absolutely damning quote from an anonymous Bulls source who just essentially says like Zach is not motivated and he's been a big part of the problem. This is from a larger piece from ESPN in which they write why the Chicago Bulls knew they had to pivot. It is heavily based on the movement first of Alex Caruso and then the subsequent move to move on from DeMar DeRozan. They write in here real quick. When the team got off to a rough start at the beginning of the season, LaVine expressed his frustrations with the constant losing. LaVine knew the Bulls had engaged in trade conversations last summer, so through his representation at Clutch Sports, he let the organization know he was open to work to the two sides working together to find a new destination. It was short of a full trade request, but it still irked Bulls management, sources told ESPN. A slight perceived as LaVine not being committed to sticking with the team. LaVine also annoyed the organization with his decision to have season-ending surgery in February, a decision the Bulls were sure to note in a news release was a route chosen by LaVine and his agency, Rich Paul, instead of rehabbing with hopes to play the rest of the season. LaVine's relationship with the Bulls has clearly run its course. He needs to find a way to a team that's closer to contention and they need to clear as many developmental minutes and touches as they can find for their young perimeter players. There should be motivation on both sides to get the deal done ahead of the deadline so LaVine avoids any more injury trouble. He has his flaws, but he's still a two-time All-Star who has always posted strong offensive numbers when he's healthy. Some win-now shopper that is star for scoring and shooting will eventually target him as a quick fix. So it sounds like things are done for Zach LaVine in Chicago. He will only play, it sounds like, to keep his value up. Brendan, where do you see this thing ending? Because I don't see an end to the path. But at some point here, I think much like Lauri Markkanen, a team is going to get desperate enough and just say, we don't care if this is a bad contract or a bad move. We have to do something.
I think it's a little unfair to LaVine. Like, if you look at the situations he was in, Minnesota was what Sacramento was at that point. You know, they were kind of an embarrassment in a way, and then they trade him to Chicago, and then they get good because they got Jimmy Butler. That's less of getting rid of Zach LaVine in my mind. So I think that he's a really productive player. Overpay for sure, that's fine, but he's also a guy that's good enough that if any team would have given him that, in my mind. I think he's a good player, and I think he can contribute to winning basketball. I can't speak on any of the mindset stuff, but I've looked up for what it's worth. Has this guy really never won? UCLA, they won the Pac-12 championship and got to Sweet 16 for what it's worth. Obviously different, but I think it's been tough context. When we mentioned earlier Chicago balling when Lonzo was out there for the pace. Right. That was LaVine too. And they were playing really well and winning games.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you feel like there's a team that makes the most sense for you out there? Is it the Lakers? Is it maybe the Warriors if they strike out on Lauri? Where do you think Zach eventually ends up?
Yeah, it is probably one of those teams that's a little more desperate, too. I guess. Yeah, those teams make sense. I mean, honestly, he'd be great on the Lakers. They have the defense surrounding him already. A guy that can just go it's a better D'Lo. Really, when it comes down to it. And funnily enough, D'Lo gets a lot of the same flack here. Yes. But I mean, I think that there's teams where he could still make a lot of sense. It's just, complicated with all the contractual stuff for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And
that's a quote you only get anonymously, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. There's no way anyone's going on the record with he's never won anything. He's done things his way and the only way, and he's never won in that way. If he's interested in winning, he'll do what's asked of him. That is about, again, as direct as a quote as you're going to find. And yeah, 100%. You understand why it's anonymous, but
that's like a fall in your place, bud.
Yeah, but you might as well throw Bud or Buddy at the end of that one, because you're pretty much trying to sun him at that point. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that thing shakes up. And it's a little funny that the Kings had a little bit of a hand in what could be. I guess you wouldn't call it the demise of the Bulls, because they have kind of been floundering in a post D-Rose era, or I guess Jimmy Butler maybe even era, but kind of feels like this is the final nail in the coffin for this attempted retooling of the Chicago Bulls, and wouldn't be surprised if Levine and Vucevic find homes here sometime soon. Coming up next, second to last segment of the show, me and Brendan are going to have some fun here. This is honestly, they say, hey, 2 for me or 2 for you, 1 for me. We did 3.5 hours for y'all. This next 15 minutes might just be for me and Brendan. We're going to talk about why Kyler Murray's video game clause in his contract might honestly start to become a commonplace in football. This thing is getting crazy. We're going to talk about it next right here. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
All right, last half hour of the program here. Stiles and Watkins. Just Watkins here with Brendan Nunez. Alan Stiles held down the morning. I believe he had an 11:30 tee time. He took advantage of the early exit today. Hope he's having a good one. Hope he got the weekend started right. Hopefully we are helping you get your weekend started right to an extent here. We are going to talk a little bit of EA College Football 25 here in a second, and then we'll be joined by Whitey Gleason to wrap things up here for the week. He'll take you the rest of the way. I believe they have a full show today. I know they had an abbreviated show yesterday because of the Hall of Fame game, but I believe it's going to be a full slate of the Drive guys today. And Brendan, it's time. You've done all the business. You've done all the work. Now it's time for you and I to have some fun. Like I said at the top of the show, me and Brendan play a lot of video games together, and
Just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say a lot. Yeah, we do play video games on occasion, and for a while it was MLB The Show that took up a lot of our time, and now we have moved on, as it seems like the rest of the gaming nation has moved on to EA College Football 25. It's been absolutely nuts to see this game back. Tons of people have been waiting multiple years. I think the last one that they dropped was NCAA 14. Trying to remember what the athlete's name was. It was like DeMarcus Robinson or something like that. He was a quarterback out of Michigan that also played some running back, played some receiver. It was
Denard Robinson.
Denard Robinson. That's what it was. He was incredibly electrifying, but that's how long it's been since there's been a college football video game out. Of course, they release Madden every year, but not that anyone cares or wants to hear about it. But Madden sucks, honestly. Madden and 2K are the two prevailing biggest, obviously Madden being football, 2K being for basketball. Both those games have no other competition. It is just a monopoly of EA making football games, 2K making basketball games. So naturally, when there's no competition, you don't have any incentive to actually make your games better. That's been the case with both of those. So fans have been waiting for a different version of playing football for a while. And I'm just going to read you some quotes here from some athletes, and these are all football players, to some college and one notable pro at that, has some interesting comments about how this game has just completely taken over football, period. Here's a quote from Michigan cornerback Will Johnson, who just so happens to be the highest rated player in college football 25.
Oh, yeah, no coincidence, I'm sure.
No coincidence at all, but this is an actual quote. Now remember, too, these are college kids, and so this is exactly what you should be doing, but yet it's still really funny to hear. This is, again, a quote from Will Johnson, Michigan cornerback. He says, "That's really all we do now in our free time. We play the game. That's it." Very unsurprising. You hear this from LSU star linebacker Harold Perkins Jr., who said this at the SEC Media Day. He said, "When I leave here today, that's my only goal, to get back home and to play." ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham told ESPN, Kenny Dillingham, for what it's worth, is the youngest coach in the FBS. He's probably the only coach that actually played the video game and kind of understands what it means, the kind of chokehold that it has. This is a quote from a coach here. He said, quote, "Every kid's going to be up until 4 a.m. playing this game. We can tell them not to, but they will. So how are we working around it?" That's what
crazy.
It's gotten to.
That's
crazy.
crazy.
You have a D1 head coach out here saying, look, we can't get around this. There's no way they're going to do it. It almost sounds like they're talking about steroids or something. It's like, look, everyone's doing it. We just have to figure out how we're going to continue to work around it. And then this is the most, I mean, when you have a guy of this caliber saying things like this or doing things like this, you know that it's definitely got some pull. This is from some guy, Kansas City Chiefs star QB Patrick.
That's the team that Swift's boyfriend plays.
Taylor Swift's boyfriend plays for this team. Their quarterback, whoever that is, he says he brought a television into training camp for the first time ever, citing two reasons. One, every 4 years, of course, the Paris Olympics. Patrick Mahomes is quite the athlete in general. We know he played baseball as well. He cares about sports. It makes sense he would want to watch the Olympics. He said the other reason, though, college football 25. That's Patrick Mahomes actively saying, yeah, like I know everyone thinks, we head first in our playbook and all that stuff. No, this is how your favorite athletes are spending their time. It just has an absolute chokehold on the culture.
You don't think he's watching the Muppets too?
Yeah, no, I'm sure he kind of is or something like that. This is my Patrick Mahomes. It's kind of I think he has a little bit more like, I don't know. I need to watch quarterback again.
That was solid.
My best was he's got kind of like a little bit of a smoker voice.
When the game was coming out, there's LeBron James did a live stream.
Yes, he did.
We're
That's right.
seeing Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, Travis being one of the cover athletes, going back and forth. And all these guys streaming, like apparently, have you heard that LeBron James is apparently like one of the top ranked Madden players in the world?
I have heard that.
Which
I
is
have heard that.
ridiculous.
He plays a lot.
Madden.
Classic LeBron lie. That is one of those. That is one of those. I knew Kobe was going for 81. That's one of those.
I never thought about it like that. You might be right.
True. LeBron is a notorious liar. There's no way.
He's top 300 for sure.
He's I just knew today, like the safety was going to come down here, and I just knew if I just tap the A button, it's going to be a touchdown.
That's so funny, and I'm sure
he doesn't even do the scouting. He's just like, I already know this guy's a great guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, he always does the Sean McVay thing of like, oh yeah, tell me certain play, certain situation, and I can recite it perfectly to you. Yeah. I'm sure he does the same thing. Oh yeah, you mean when me and AD played Madden for the second time after he came back? Yeah, he ran ZYX Spider Banana 2, and I locked him down with that cover 2 coverage. Just absolutely insane.
Just whatever gibberish he can remember and then spit back out. And people will be like, oh, okay. Yeah. LeBron, go back to reading the first page of every book that you have in the locker room.
I love his explanation of the Malcolm X book. That's still
just a great man.
Just the impact that he has, and how it still affects things. It's just kind of crazy how you still see some of those things today.
True, so true.
I'm sort of LeBron James, of the station. Trying to boost the rating.
Oh my,
that's crazy. I had totally missed that paper line. Yeah, Whitey's part is great.
Yeah. Tell me more about this. The game has been a massive success. EA Sports had more than 11,000 players opt in to be included in the game. Each player, it's kind of like a mini NIL deal. They are awarded $600 each in a copy of the video game. EA announced that College Football 25 has had over 5 million unique paid players across both PS5 and Xbox Series X and S within the first week. 500,000 more played the game via the EA Play trial. As far as revenue generated, it has already hit the $500 million mark for EA Sports. Internally, they viewed the game hitting around 150 million as a success. So it has just blown out all expectations. And Brandon, this is now where we can have fun for the last couple minutes of this segment. How much fun have you had playing the game? Has it lived up to your expectations? Have you had fun? What's been your deepest dive into this game?
Yeah, I've definitely had a good time. I was honestly showing you my notes a little earlier, and maybe we'll hold back. But
you probably don't want the public knowing.
I like the specifics of it's called franchise mode, right? Yeah. Where Dynasty. Thank you, Dynasty, where you're recruiting players and trying to make teams better. Right. I went San Jose State.
You sure did.
Where I grew up, and we started all right. Our quarterback's solid, ended up getting drafted, I think, like 3rd round or something, did okay. I had a cornerback that was disgusting, DJ Harvey. That's my boy right there.
See, and that's the cool thing, though, is that you learn
now
these
I could
guys
really watch
real.
a San Jose State. I probably will watch a San Jose State football game because of this. Yeah. You know what I mean? But I'm on year 6. I made it to college football playoffs and got a bye in the first round. Wow. Yeah. Oh, we out here. We're different now. Everybody on my team, I've recruited at this point. So we're built different. You know, I got good pitches. I'm DMing guys.
Look, you know what you do to get
you got to do what you got to do out here. And we're doing all right. Made college football playoffs, got a bye, lost to Notre Dame, which you just started doing a dynasty with. But it's going all right. You know, we also got one where we compete a little bit, and I played South Carolina only to find out they have a 99 speed wide receiver named Nick Harbor, I think it is. Yes. And honestly, I still haven't even really used it. I was just like, wait, this is a thing?
I know.
So yeah, I'm having a great time. You can't stop the run to save your life. And I may or may not have thrown 9 interceptions in a single game.
It's crazy.
But you know, I'm having a good time.
Yeah, no, it's a
learning
blast.
process.
I mean, that might not sound like a blast, but seriously, yeah, I think everybody's going through exactly what you just described. Everyone's throwing interceptions from what I understand, and everybody's running the ball, but it's a really good time. I think anybody who's on the fence out there of buying the game, I literally just had one of my good friends message me this morning with a picture of an Xbox saying the temptation was too real.
Yes.
I really do think, and I think we also know somebody else who picked up a console for this game specifically.
I think you're right, and I can't think of
who it was. Somebody just told us that they picked up this console, but it's having. Oh, was it? No, Nate. It wasn't Nate. Somebody just told us this, and it really is worth it. I'm telling you, it has made guys do some really stupid things out there, and one of them is just straight up buying a console for the sole purpose of playing this game.
I think we'll have to get Emil's 2 cents too. I know Emil was hyped for when this was coming out, planned long in advance to make sure he had time to play it.
Too.
That's true.
Good conference to start.
That's true. It's all about the jerseys. You're over here playing the Rainbow Warriors.
Hey man, yeah, the University of Hawaii. It did me right until it didn't. But yeah, the proximity from home rating being an F was a little tough for my recruits to Hawaii.
Yeah.
So I did have to bail on that. And like you said, I'm over at Notre Dame now, being the OC, and things are going pretty well. Can't lie. It's pretty easy to recruit when you have everything working for you. Talking about having everything working for you, we're going to talk with Whitey Gleason coming up next about something that just isn't right. Somehow, some way, Golden One Center got voted the worst arena in the NBA.
Ridiculous.
What are we talking about? Especially when we had Arco Arena. We know what a bad arena looks like, and it is not Golden One Center. We're going to talk about that with Whitey coming up next right here. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with a purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com or in stores at your local CVS.
Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Talking with, hold on. Let's see here. Talking with Whitey Gleason. He's joining us, me and Brendan.
Yeah, I got to say, pardon me, Chris, but I got to say,
Yeah.
you guys sound really good together, especially listening. You almost wouldn't know unless you knew you guys how much you despise each other.
Yeah,
it really doesn't even.
I can't lie. I can't stand him.
It's very seldom, you go, oh, there it is. But I think for the most part, it flashes here and there.
Yeah.
For the most part, I think most people probably have no idea that you guys can't stand each other.
They wouldn't let me do it remote. They're like, no, you got to be in the same room.
Really forced us.
Jeez.
Deal breaker.
Been
Yeah.
a little bit uncomfortable, but I'm glad you're here. You can be the intermediary for us, and
We need
and
it.
try and keep things civil. Because yes, we know that you like to keep things above board here. And first and foremost, I feel like I should mention, we talked about Canada barely squeaking out over Spain earlier. Germany takes down France as well today. Big game from Franz Wagner, 26 points. Brendan, as he masterfully did earlier, points to Dennis Schroeder, who went 26 points, 9 assists for Dennis Schroeder, who at one point was trying to just find a minimum contract to stay in the league. So good for Germany taking down France. And we know that the Germans won that FIBA World Cup. I believe it was last year. So that
Deutschland,
could definitely.
Deutschland forever.
Do you think that's the scariest team for Team USA? I asked Brendan, what do you think is the biggest obstacle for Team USA?
From what I've read, I watch the games, but I don't follow them all the off
That's right, you hate
season,
the
whatever you want
Olympics,
to call
I
it. But
forgot.
I know Serbia's supposed to be great, but
They handle them pretty easily.
Yeah.
I was surprised by
so
that.
I guess it'd be Germany.
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, they have a lot of NBA talent. They got Franz, they got both Wagner. So definitely something to look out for. And we were just talking about baseball in the break, Whitey, and Mike Trout, unfortunately, is going to miss the remainder of this season with, I don't know if you saw, but I saw another meniscus tear. I don't know if it's the same knee that he messed up before, if it's the opposite one.
You only have so many meniscuses.
Only so many menisci, absolutely.
Discovering new meniscuses on him, and it's torn.
It's incredible, and it's gone. They're all gone. Every single
That's
one of them is gone.
unfortunate.
Only Mike Trout could have that. Obviously, and we've talked about it with Alan in our crosstalks as well. But when we talk about the biggest what ifs in sports, I mean, we talked about Derrick Rose, we talked Gordon Hayward as well. Is there anything comparable to this Mike Trout? And I know we had a similar conversation. Alan brought up Ken Griffey. We kind of threw back. Well, Griffey had 600 homers still.
Yeah.
Trout might not hit 500. He's at 378 right now.
I don't know. Maybe Kerry Wood.
That's a good one right there. Yeah.
Basketball. I know he had some real highlights, but I always wondered what Blake Griffin could have done if he was healthy.
That's a great one. Yeah, that's a really, really good one. Nate will appreciate Chris Borland, I think, is somebody, the Niners linebacker who kind of retired early because of head injuries.
And Cam Newton.
I think Andrew Luck as well, right?
Yeah.
Andrew Luck might be the most comparable one, with him quitting pretty much in the middle of his career.
We might have never mentioned Greg Oden.
I don't think we did. Yeah. Greg Oden, of course, is probably one of the biggest what ifs ever. I feel like people forget. Greg Oden was actually
number one,
really, really good player too. Like, it wasn't just a Michael Olakandi situation or something like that. There was all the reason in the world to take Greg Oden over Kevin Durant, but of course that looks really, really bad.
Going back a ways, and I know you guys are very young, but Ralph Sampson probably could have.
Okay.
I know he's a Hall of Famer, and when he was at his peak, he was amazing.
Right. Yeah.
He was kind of Wemby-like in his day, and then he just had a series of bad injuries, and he just
yeah. Would you put Bo Jackson in that category as well?
Sure.
Yeah. And I know there's I think there's a 30 for 30 about Marcus Dupree, who I think the 30 for 30 is called the greatest that never was, and it kind of goes into Marcus Dupree, who was like this, I think in the 80s or early 90s, was a running back who just kind of tore out his legs, and the rest is kind of history.
Sasha Vezenkov, the ankles.
The ankles just, I mean, that's the biggest what if that I could possibly think of.
Shout.
It was it's
I still wish him the best.
Yeah, we
He'd
definitely
have been better
do.
off with Evan Fournier last year.
You know what's
Probably
crazy
would.
is it felt like at one point Steph Curry was going down that path.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're
and we
absolutely
didn't
right.
even know that he was going to be on this level, obviously, at that point. But there was a point, I mean, infamously, Milwaukee wanted Monte Ellis instead of Steph Curry because of the ankles.
Yeah.
And now he's got the craziest braces you've ever seen, and De'Aaron's out
Shout
here
out
wearing them
De'Aaron.
too.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
That's
great for him.
confirmed. They could have had Curry.
Yeah.
Milwaukee could have.
Yeah.
You can keep him.
Doesn't look great.
The Mississippi
hindsight,
Bullet.
but it is kind of a sliding doors moment, though. Brendan kind of laid out the Gordon Hayward butterfly effect, but in a weird way, you could maybe argue that if they have Steph, they might not get Giannis. Maybe. I mean, I know that draft is a little wonky and things like that, but who knows? Yeah, definitely an interesting sliding glass door moment. And Whitey, I don't know if you saw this or not. This is from Twitter, and I don't know if I think Alan said they don't have a website or anything like that, but Brooksgate, which is a Twitter account that makes a lot of different lists, mainly baseball centric. They are very, very deep in the analytics of everything. They decided to make a graphic that included every NBA, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark, arena ranked by an average review rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. Quite a grouping.
Questionable formula, first of all.
Yeah,
The methodology is a little flawed.
Yeah. I could definitely understand. And by the way, I'm sure on Google, Golden One Center has to have a good rating. If I'm not mistaken, at one point it was listed as a place of sanctuary or something like that.
Or something.
What are we talking about? It must be opposing teams not liking the beam or something like that. At number 90, we have the Commanders Field, which I think no one would necessarily disagree with. Maybe some Oakland A's fans have something to say, but
it's relatively new, isn't it? I mean,
it is, but I think the turf is bad. If you remember, I think RG3 famously tore his knees up on that field. I think there's an issue with I think it's natural grass, but they just have a really bad way of.
Don't they say the same thing about MetLife?
MetLife as well, yeah, that's turf, but they have bad turf there as well, and that's claimed a ton of people. And Messi refuses to play there.
That's when Bosa got hurt there.
Yeah, that is where Bosa got hurt as well. Yes, at number 89 on this list is Oakland Coliseum. I don't think we really need to wonder why that's
love it,
the
but
bottom.
it should be lower. I know that. I mean, and I love it, and I hope to make it back there at least one more time.
Yeah.
But I don't care what else is on there. It should be lower.
It's a lot of concrete. It's a lot of concrete.
Should definitely be last. I mean, the troughs speak for themselves. You go to the bathroom and you feel like an animal.
I was at a Kings Warriors game one time, and we're in there, at halftime. There's a guy at that trough.
Yes.
And he was eating a hot dog.
Yeah, that really fits the animal moniker. It really fits it a little bit too well.
How long ago was this? Because it's clearly stuck with you.
Yeah, it was during the Weber days, so early 2000s.
Okay.
I'm also now just trying to
never left your mind.
do the math on cans. It's so
right.
He's got a hot dog.
And my buddies, he
might have two hot.
Just in case, who's on another station, and he's like, "Dude, you're eating a hot dog." The guy looks up, and goes, "Yeah." He goes, "That rocks."
That is the most Oakland Coliseum thing I've ever heard in my life. I've been in I remember when I was a kid, you learn a lot. That's all I'll say. I learned a lot. I walked into the Oakland Coliseum bathroom and I was like, that's a smell I haven't smelled before.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's okay. Yeah, didn't know you could do that out in public like that, but okay. Yeah, I learned a lot of things at Oakland Coliseum, and I'm sure a lot of people have had a lot of core memories at that
Learned
stadium.
is a way to say it.
Yeah, definitely. These two
I'm
are
never shaking that one.
Clearly.
I'm a little bit. I just don't really know how these end up this low on the list. So we have Commanders Field, Oakland Coliseum, 88 and 87 on this list, Allegiant Stadium, and Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, and SoFi is pretty low on that list too, isn't
SoFi
it?
is right above. So SoFi
there.
sandwiches the Golden One Center and Levi's. Golden One is 86. Levi's is 87. Raiders is 88. SoFi is 85.
And you've been to Allegiant. I haven't.
I have. Yes. Yeah.
I've flown Allegiant airline, but I've never been to the
I hear
arena.
that's not great either. I think that would probably rank 88th as well.
When I was doing games for the Mountain Lions, that was our partner that we would fly everywhere when Allegiant, and I was like, that's an airline? I've never heard of that. But that was great.
Honestly,
I think they only fly out of Stockton, don't they? I think they only fly out of Stockton, if I'm not mistaken.
I got
this was a thing.
Really quick. The first game, we go to Hartford, and the Mountain Lions are supposed to win everything. They had Dante Culpepper, and they had Danny Green, who was a really good guy to me.
Viking legends.
And they play it, and they lose to Josh McCown and the Hartford Colonials, and they lose this game, and they're on the plane afterwards, and they're not happy. People are going to lose their jobs. And the captain of Lane on the intercom goes, well, guys, it just, it just didn't bounce your way today. And I'm like,
oh, you're going to storm the cockpit?
Yeah, know your place.
What are you doing? Like, you played really well, and it just didn't go your way today. It's like, oh, my goodness.
He did not open the door on the way when people were leaving.
Hey, have a good one. Hey, thank you. Or there was no clapping after the flight landed on that one. But yeah, 86 Golden One Center. Is there anything you guys would improve? We don't have to go into. Does Golden One Center
rank? I just dismiss it. It's so bad.
You're saying the list, not Golden One Center.
Right, right. Yeah, the list is so bad that come on, you got to do better than that.
Well, let's play the game though. If there is anything you would improve about Golden One Center, is there anything notable? I mean, I know there's no cup holders in the second deck. A lot of people had issues with that at first. Is there anything about Golden One Center that bothers you?
Just since you asked, it's not the roomiest.
No. Okay. There you go.
For some of the seating. And I think that's more standard than it used to be.
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to sardine everyone.
Arco too. It's like, my goodness, you have a lot of room there. So that'd be the only thing. But I've been to Chase.
It's beautiful. Chase is also really low on this
list.
Chase
is really nice.
83.
Chase should probably be higher, and I think Golden One's better than Chase.
Same.
I agree. I 100% agree. Brendan, is there anything about Golden One Center you would change?
No, I think that the common critiques are the no cup holders, and it's pretty steep on that second level.
That is scary.
That was something that people were really on at first.
Yeah.
Like, I know my mom does not like that up there.
It's scary.
It very much makes her uncomfortable. Yeah. If I'm sitting high, I attempt to go those first two rows because they're kind of in their own area. My mind, those are the best seats in the stadium.
By far. Yeah, I agree.
Price considered and everything. But no, I think it's gorgeous. I think the Jumbotron is
incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And
a couple dead pixels, but
it's going to happen sometimes here and there. It just so happens to be over your face when they try to show the Sacktown Sports promotion. But
it has a lot of character.
It does.
Chase
it really does.
Chase is really nice, and Levi's too. They don't have a lot of character, but Golden One
Levi's is right. Yeah, Levi's. I completely agree with it being down on this.
You could probably get it more people in there if you want to criticize that. I mean, what it's like 17,300 or something.
Something like that.
So.
Yeah, just for reference sake, Lambeau Field, number 1, number 2, PNC Park. We know that's beautiful. Camden Yards, number 3, Busch Stadium, number 4. Number 5 is Oracle Park in San Francisco. Number 6, Lumen Field in Seattle. 7, Fenway Park. 8, Wrigley Field. 9, the Miami Heat's arena. Number 10 is Target Field. So again, Brooksgate does tend to lean towards baseball, and a lot of those top 10s are baseball fields.
Yeah.
So
the Heat arena, by the way?
No
gorgeous
soul. You want to talk
stadium,
about having
but
no soul? There's no way that arena has any soul.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Well, Brendan, thank you so much for joining me today. I will be with you as well next Thursday and Friday.
You let him leave first, then he's gone, and then you go. So we don't have any.
Thank you.
In the parking lot.
No, don't worry. We won't speak a word after this. We'll be
management
fine.
right there.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we've
it.
got it figured out.
You'll get good tips like that and more coming up on the Drive Guys with Whitey Gleason and Kyle Draper. My name